It's a virtual meeting using the Zoom platform. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8 or the city's website. This time we'll call the special meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank, Councilmember Madera,
Present.
Councilmember Alan Thomas, Councilmember Noble, Councilmember Guardiola,
Present.
Councilmember Hurst, Councilmember Grimes,
Present.
Councilmember Smith,
Present.
Mayor Huseman, I believe we have a quorum.
All right, thank you very much. We have one item of business, which is to go into executive session. However, we do not have enough council members present to vote to be able to go into executive session. So, Mr. Sheasley?
So do we have 5 people present?
We do.
That is sufficient. All you need is 2/3 of those 5 to go into executive session. So you could have a motion and a vote then.
All right, looking for a motion and a second to enter into executive session of the city council and staff and consultants pursuant to CRS 24-6-402 parentheses F 4 parentheses F for the purpose of discussion of the annual evaluation of the city manager. Councilmember Madera.
I move to continue this to the end of our regular scheduled meeting.
I have a motion to continue this item until the end of our regularly scheduled meeting. Mr. Sheasley?
Apologies, new computer. You may want to delay a little bit. I can check in with your facilitator. I don't believe she is available at the end of the regular meeting, and that's why it was scheduled earlier. So I can let you have your second and you can debate it. Let me check in with her.
All right, Councilmember Grimes?
I'll second Councilman Madera's motion.
I have a motion and a second to continue this until the end of our regularly scheduled meeting this evening. We'll wait for Mr. Sheasley to report back to us prior to taking a vote on that.
Council members, Ms. Ramos is not available after your regular meeting. This was the only time she had available. And so I don't have the full list of you all here. Let me see. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. The meeting was noticed and available to everyone. I would recommend that you do it to at least go in and perhaps give your feedback to June. And then let me make sure. Yeah. Let me make sure people aren't in the executive session otherwise, and they're waiting in that room. For some reason, people may have gone there. Let me see. Realize that I may not have been talking to, yeah, I think they're all over there. So let me give some people a call. Feel free to text your cohorts to see if they're waiting in the exec session link I passed out.
I was waiting in the exec session.
Councilmember Madera, you have a motion and a second to continue this item. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Madera.
I'll rescind the motion and hopefully everyone's just in that other
Councilmember
executive
Grimes.
session.
That's fine. Thank you.
All right, once again, I'm looking for a motion and a second to enter into executive session of the city council and staff and consultants pursuant to CRS 24-6-402 parentheses 4 parentheses F for the purpose of discussion of the annual evaluation of the city manager. Councilmember Smith.
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to go into executive session. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor, please signify by raising your physical hand in the chat window so your vote can be counted. And that'll pass unanimously 6-0 with 3 absences. We will now go to the Zoom link that was circulated for the executive session and return to this Zoom meeting after the conclusion of the executive session. All right, this time I'm going to adjourn the special meeting of the city council, which we just got out of an executive session for, and call the regular city council meeting to order. This is a virtual meeting using the Zoom platform. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8 or the city's website. Live Spanish translation services are being provided by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Bienvenido. Si quiere traducción o interpretación para esta junta, puede llamar al 720-386-9023 usando el código 104091 #.
Thank you, Councilmember Guardiola. If you're a council member, please be sure to have your video camera on and be mindful that we are streaming this meeting on Channel 8 and on our city's website. The chat function is disabled to ensure that the public can see all portions of the meeting. City clerk is the host of the meeting, and I and our IT staff will be the co-host. Council members and panelists will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. Please mute yourself when you finish speaking and remember to lower your virtual hand to prevent disruptions. Mr. Gibson, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Huseman,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank,
Present.
Councilmember Madera,
Present.
Councilmember Alan Thomas,
Present.
Councilmember Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Guardiola,
Present.
Councilmember Hurst,
Present.
Councilmember Grimes,
Present.
Councilmember Smith,
Present.
Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thanks, sir. And we are all here, so no need to have any kind of vote to excuse anybody. At this time, I'd like to invite those members present and remote to join us in a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Councilmember Noble.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble, for that. All public comment will occur during citizen communication except for public hearings. Persons who registered to speak on the multiple items will be allowed to speak multiple times. This time we'll move on to citizen communication. Per council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address council on business and affairs of the city. Per council policies, citizen communication cannot occur before the time stated in the agenda without council approval. The estimated in the time of the agenda for citizen communication was 6 p.m. The time is now 6:16 p.m., so no action needs to be taken by the city council. The city council is not able to hear any comments at this time on land use matters that are before or may come before city council. Please reserve such comments for the appropriate public hearing. As a reminder, we take your comments seriously, but do not generally respond to comments until later in the evening. Council must wait until administrative council business to take action in response to citizen communication. Council members can ask questions of speakers if desired. The city needed advanced registration in order to participate in citizen communication for this meeting. If you're currently in this meeting to speak during citizen communication, please listen for me to call your name and the clerk will unmute you so you may begin. If you do not respond or are disconnected, you may miss your chance to comment. Please give your name and address for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. If a council member wants to ask a question, please ask to be recognized when the speaker is finished. First up this evening is Renee Miller-Chacon.
Renee, if you're in the meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Renee in the meeting.
Thank you. Next is going to be Angelica Orozco. Apologize for mispronouncing that.
Mayor Huseman, oh,
I see a hand up.
yep, here we go. Angelica, are you there?
Sí.
Oop, you got a little bit of an echo going on. And Angelica, I believe our Spanish translators are going to assist you with your citizen communication tonight.
Okay.
Esta noche.
Buenas noches,
Sí,
si hace el favor de dar un par de oraciones a la vez para que podamos interpretarle correctamente.
Ok. Mi nombre es Angélica Orozco.
My name is Angélica Orozco.
Tengo 3 años viviendo en Villa Crest Apartment.
I've been living in the Via Press apartments for 3 years.
Quiero dar mi opinión sobre las necesidades que tenemos aquí en los apartamentos.
I want to speak out about the dire needs that we're experiencing here at the apartments.
Tenemos algunos problemas sobre, sobre las necesidades que están adentro del apartamento.
We have problems with some of the needs that we have at the apartment building.
No nos atienden los teléfonos en las oficinas.
When we call the office via telephone, we get no response.
Tenemos moho dentro de las viviendas. Se nos descomponen las estufas, los refrigeradores. Nos comunicamos para pedir ayuda, pero nadie nos está contestando.
We have mold in the apartments, and our stoves break, our refrigerators don't work, and people don't answer our calls when we call the office.
Vamos a la oficina y está cerrada. Nadie nos responde y pues a veces es urgente lo que ocupamos.
We go to the office ourselves and the office is closed and nobody responds. And we're there because we need an urgent response.
Y estamos con la organización UNE. Ellos nos están ayudando un poco porque también estamos solicitando ayuda sobre para pagos de renta y ellos nos están ayudando.
We're also working with the organization UNE because we need help with some of these things, and the organization is helping us, with rent payments and things, and they're helping us like that.
Y eso es todo lo que yo quería decir sobre mí.
That's all I wanted to let you know about, to tell you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Grimes?
Not specifically for the speaker, but I'm just wondering if it would be possible where we need Spanish translation. Is it possible if they don't have enough time to double their time, since we're basically replicating everything they say?
I basically told Dylan to shut the timer down because of the translation that was going. That's why it disappeared on your screen.
Great.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I had a couple questions. Where is this property located?
Yo tenía una pregunta. La concejal Alan Thomas está preguntando dónde está localizada esta propiedad.
Está localizada en Commerce City, en la 6201 East, 62 Avenida, Commerce City, Colorado.
It's located in Commerce City. It's at 6201 East 62nd in Commerce City.
And I'm curious, does any staff listening on, does this property fall under the housing authority?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Tengo curiosidad, pero ella pregunta si alguna de estas, si esta propiedad está bajo la autoridad de la vivienda, y sí lo está, respondió el alcalde.
Sí.
Yes, okay, thank you. Yeah, if you could just tell her thank you and we'll look into it.
Muchas gracias, dice la concejal, que van a investigar eso.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your time this evening. And as Councilmember Alan Thomas said, we will have some questions on that and look into that. Before we move to the next speaker, I just want to say, I think that is the first time that we've had a member use the Spanish translation services. Would like to thank everybody on the city council for making that a possibility. I think it's great that now we have the ability for residents who would otherwise have been unable to communicate with us to do so. And that's just a great thing that this council has done. So thank you all for that. We'll move on to our next speaker, who is Brenda Rodriguez, who I understand is also going to use translation services.
That's correct, Mayor. Iris, is Brenda with you as well?
Iris, ¿Brenda está contigo también?
No,
Okay, thank you.
she has COVID right now.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Huesman, I do not see Brenda in the meeting.
Okay, next will be Blanca Guevara.
Blanca, if you're in the meeting, you can use *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom, and then Spanish translations, if you could translate that as well for us, please.
Blanca Guevara es la próxima persona. Blanca, si estás en la reunión, si estás presente, activa tu micrófono y puedes hablar ahora y se te interpretará.
Mayor Huesman, I do not see Blanca in the meeting.
Next will be Myra Perez.
Myra, if you're in the meeting, can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom.
Mayra, si estás en la reunión, puedes activar tu micrófono o puedes usar la función para llamar atención en Zoom.
Mayor Huesman, I do not see Myra in the meeting.
Thank you. Next is Laura Barbosa.
Laura, if you're in the meeting, can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom.
Laura, si estás presente en la reunión, puedes activar tu micrófono presionando *9 en tu teléfono o activando tu micrófono en Zoom.
Mayor Huesman, I do not see Laura in the meeting.
Thank you. Manuela Armenta.
Manuela, if you're in the meeting, can you use *9 on your phone? Oh, here we go.
Manuela, si estás en la reunión, puedes presionar *9 en tu teléfono o activar tu micrófono en Zoom. Parece que aquí estás.
Manuela, is this you that's got your hand raised?
Manuela, ¿esa eres tú la que levantó la mano?
Barraza. Hola, soy Laura Barraza.
Hello, I am Laura Barraza.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Laura. Please state your name and address for the record, and then our Spanish translation will help you with your comments tonight.
Bueno, gracias, Laura. Por favor, si puedes decir tu nombre y dar tu dirección, y el intérprete te ayudará con tus comentarios.
Ok. Mi nombre es Laura Barraza. Llevo viviendo en los departamentos por 6 años. Mi domicilio es 7301, el número de mi apartamento. Bueno, los problemas básicos y más grandes que he tenido, pues por lo pronto es que tengo 3 años sin aire acondicionado. Los veranos fueron muy difíciles para nosotros. Ahora no tengo calefacción. Nada menos el viernes, bueno, la semana pasada, bueno, en la oficina nunca hay nadie.
Well, my name is Laura Barraza, and I live at, I've been living for 6 years at 7301 at the apartment building. And I just want to say that my problems are very fundamental. For the last 3 years, our air conditioning has not been working. This past summer was sweltering. It was very hot, and right now I don't have a heater, a functioning heater. We tried to contact the office. We tried to contact somebody. We get no response. Proceda, Laura.
Incluso tengo también solicitándoles que arreglen la pintura de mi tío. pintura en las dos tinas desde hace más de 3 años que
Se está perdiendo la comunicación, Laura. Dijo que tenía problemas que la pintura de las dos tinas, que si por favor puedes repetir
sí, así
eso.
es. Sí, las dos tinas tienen la pintura despegada y hace más de 3 años que les hice la solicitud e igual siguen sin solucionar el problema.
Okay, this is the interpreter speaking. I had to ask her because I couldn't quite hear what she was saying. What she's saying is that for the past, they made a request that for them to fix the tubs, you know, because the paint is all chipped, and they've been like that for 3 years now, and they have not responded to any of the requests. Proceda.
Y pues la solicitud principal que ahorita les damos es que nos ayuden porque aquí en los departamentos nos están, en mi caso son casi $200 y venimos de vivir una situación muy difícil con lo de la pandemia, entonces pedirles y solicitarles ayuda, por favor. Porque estamos hallando para pagar la renta.
This is the interpreter speaking. I need to ask a question because it was, we lost her voice at a critical time. Disculpe, Laura, usted dijo que lo de los $200 no se le oyó, que le aumentaron la, quiero asegurarme que usted dijo que le aumentaron la renta a $200.
Sí, nos llegó un aviso de que nos van a subir la renta casi $200.
Yes, but the main reason why we're reaching out to you, the main reason why we're asking for help is because we just got an announcement that our rent is going to go up by $200. And we need your assistance. We need your help trying to, you know, and things have been very difficult with the pandemic, and now they give us this notice.
Mayor Huseman, it looks like the speaker lost connection with the meeting as well.
Okay. Given that she's no longer here, we won't be able to ask any questions. We had called on Manuela Armenta and did not get a response, but can you check on that one again, please?
Manuela, if you're in the meeting, can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom.
Manuela, si estás en la reunión, puedes hablar presionando *9 en tu teléfono o activando tu micrófono en Zoom.
Mayor Houston, I do not see Manuela in the meeting. Oh, sorry.
Go to Martha Maldonado.
Martha, if you're in the meeting, hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom.
Marta Maldonado, si estás en la reunión, puedes presionar *9 en tu teléfono o puedes activar tu micrófono en Zoom.
Thank you for speaking with us tonight, Martha. Our Spanish translator will assist you with your comments tonight.
Gracias por hablar con nosotros esta noche, Marta. Tu intérprete de español le va a asistir presentando sus comentarios.
Martha, you should be able to unmute yourself and provide your comments.
Marta, ¿puede activar su micrófono y expresar sus comentarios?
¿Ahora sí está? ¿Me escucha?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Sí.
Sí, proceda.
Ok. Mi nombre es Marta. Tengo aquí 2 años viviendo en estos apartamentos. Y también al igual de con mis compañeras aquí, pues hemos batallado bastante. Llamamos a la oficina y pues no hay quien conteste. Hay mucha basura, no limpian nada de lo que se tiene que recoger en los patios. También en mi casa, mi casa no es en mi apartamento. Ahí la puerta casi se cae. Mi refrigerador no sirve. Son bastantes detallitos también con el móvil. Igual que mis compañeras aquí batallamos por todo. Entonces también otro detallito es de la grúa, que pasa la grúa y pues no nos avisa y para nosotros es difícil estar pagando $350 para poder traernos el carro que se llevaron.
Yes, I've been living at the same apartments for the last 2 years, and like my friends and colleagues here, we've been struggling to try to get these things resolved. We get no response from the office. There's a lot of garbage in the yard that never gets picked up. They never clean up, and it's just to tell you a few things. In my apartment, the door is literally almost falling off, and my refrigerator does not work. We continue to struggle with these things, and of course we have mold. And the other thing is we also have to deal with the tow truck. We get no warning, and then we're forced to come up with $350 to get our vehicles back.
Y pues también, como dice mi compañera aquí, la renta que va para arriba y estamos batallando para el pago, ¿verdad? Porque sí es bastante lo que nos está subiendo. Entonces, nosotros pedimos a ustedes que nos ayuden, que pongan ahí un ladito de su cara para acá, para sus ojos, para que vean lo que nosotros estamos pasando.
And so, like my friend explained, now we have this challenge with the rent. It's really a struggle to make the payment, and so we're contacting you. We're making an appeal to you, so you can help us out, so you can look into what's going on and help us out.
Queremos invitarlos a que si pudieran ustedes reunirse con nosotros, somos algunas personas las que estamos solicitando la ayuda de ustedes.
We would like to invite you
Pudieran
to
ustedes darnos una
meet.
cita aquí, estamos agradecidos con el señor Alex.
We would like to invite you to meet with us. There is a number of us that would like to meet you, and so we can all talk to you. And we would very much like that.
Muchísimas gracias. Gracias por la acción de ustedes. Y esperamos que todo salga bien. Que tengan una linda noche por mí. Gracias.
And well, thank you very much for listening to us and paying attention to this. I want to wish you a very nice evening. Thank you, Mr. Alex.
Thank you, ma'am, for your time this evening. We do have a couple council members that wish to ask questions. We'll start with Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Bueno, ¿hay algunas preguntas, concejal Thomas?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Sí, gracias, alcalde.
I just wanted to make sure too. Can you ask her, is that same property address, the 6201 East 62nd Avenue?
La concejala Alan Thomas quería preguntar si se trata de la misma propiedad en el 6201 de la 62 de la avenida 62 Este?
Sí, señor, es la misma.
Yes, ma'am, it's the same property.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Madera.
This might be a question for staff. Do we have contact information to follow up?
We do for Pinecrest Apartments, but don't believe this is Pinecrest Apartments. So
I meant the people that are speaking in citizen communication.
¿Cómo se llama?
Councilmember Madera, I have all the registration information for everybody that attends the Zoom meetings. Yes.
okay.
Okay, would it be possible to pass that along so we can follow up with this matter?
I'd be happy to. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your time this evening. As mentioned before, this will be discussed at a later time. Next up is going to be Monica Garzon.
Monica, if you're in the meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom.
Mónica Garzón, si está en la reunión, puede pulsar estrella 9 en su teléfono o activar su micrófono en Zoom.
Mayor Huseman, I do not see Monica in the meeting.
Thank you. Next will be Jessica Azornio.
Jessica, if you're in the meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom.
Jessica Osornio, si estás en la reunión, puede presionar estrella 9 en su teléfono o activar su micrófono en Zoom.
Mayor Huseman, I do not see Jessica in the meeting.
And last will be Jessica Rojas.
Jessica, if you're in the meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom.
Jessica Rojas, si está en la reunión, presione estrella 9 en su teléfono o active su micrófono en Zoom.
Mayor Huseman, I do not see Jessica in the meeting.
All right, thank you all for speaking with us tonight. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Members of the public were also able to submit comments online and by mail. No written comments were received by the deadline. If anyone wishes to speak at a future council meeting, please check the meeting agenda and city website for information on how to register or submit written comments. We'll now move on to our consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and
Excuse me, Mr.
non-controversial.
Mayor.
Yes,
Excuse me.
you're on mute.
I have my hand raised.
Okay.
I just wanted to point out that, yes, this is not Pinecrest Apartments that they're discussing. It is, however, Village Crest Apartments, 6201 East 62nd Avenue, which is part of the Commerce City Housing Authority.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll now move on to our consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. They are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 2 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anyone on council wish to remove an item off the consent agenda for further discussion? Seeing no request to do so, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Councilmember Grimes,
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Will the city clerk please read the titles and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2355 and ordinance amending sections 1-3003 and 3-2103 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to establish a minimum $500 penalty for littering and improper dumping. Resolution 2021-106, a resolution appointing members to designated boards and commissions of Commerce City. Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Allen Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Guardiola,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank,
Yes.
Mayor Huseman,
Yes.
passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next up, we have a public hearing for Resolution 2021-61, Ordinance AN 259-21, Ordinance Z 964-21, which is for the Can-Am annexation and zoning. This public hearing was continued from October 4th, 2021. The applicant has withdrawn the petition for application in this land use case. No further action can be taken at this time and no public hearing will be held. If the applicant refiles the petition or application, additional notice will be provided and a new hearing will be held as required by law. We'll now move on to resolutions. Our first resolution is Resolution 2021-104, consideration of continuing or ending virtual meetings. I'd like to invite Mr. Tinklenberg, City Manager, to introduce the topic.
Sorry, I was having technical difficulties. which case is this? I'm sorry.
This is the resolution for continuing or ending virtual meetings.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. The information that council requested was included in the packet, and then we followed that up with an email regarding the additional information that was requested. The number of cities that are providing virtual meetings are, if I were to estimate, it's probably about half, but again, it varies from city to city. So there are quite a number in the metro area that are doing virtual meetings. The COVID incidence rate has jumped up again this past week. I was going to report that later, but the rolling 2-week average just ended here these past 2 weeks is at 692. That compares to 235 2 weeks ago. So the rate is up significantly. Hospitalizations are significant. So that's the concern. Staff would prefer to remain virtual, but again, these are your meetings and therefore it's your call.
Anybody on council have any questions for staff regarding this? Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I did review the presentation, but I didn't see anything in there like mentioning like the plexiglass. I remember we had mentioned, could you explore, is that like, is there a possibility of a different type so people can hear better, or did you find out anything different on that?
The plexiglass is, yeah, we can't do a thinner plexiglass because then it would just simply fall over, double over, if you will. It doesn't have enough rigidity to be able to stand upright like those. I believe there was a question about removing the one on the end, but again, either we have to stay with the ones that we have or else remove them, one of the two. In terms of the sound, I know that the sound system is supplemented in case of one council member. I don't know, we didn't have time to explore the likelihood of being able to provide that to additional council members. That would take a little more exploration on our part. So I don't know how feasible, how expensive that would be.
And do we have enough PPE equipment on hand, like for available, just say if we did go back in session, like for wipe down, microphone covers, etc. Do we have that on hand already?
Yes, and when we prepare a room, it is wiped down and cleaned. Now, that's not going to cover anything during the meeting, but in preparation for the meeting, all of that is done, yes.
Okay. And then last question, did we have like has the air circulation or ventilation been looked into and where we meet also?
Yes, all of our city facilities, they have increased the air exchange rate to provide more fresh air.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Madera.
I think Councilmember Alan Thomas addressed my question as far as the plexiglass and the sound. I think, if we were to go back to continuing remote, would it be possible to have we have a new council incoming, next month. Would it be possible to do that in person and then return to virtual?
Yes, the swearing in ceremony, we anticipated doing that in person and limiting it to the council member and one guest, usually a spouse, but it's council members' call on that, of course. But then, we had not talked about, well, I'm sorry, we talked about, but we didn't decide one way or the other if after the swearing in, everyone should simply go home and then participate by Zoom, because it comes back to your decision. Do you want to meet in person or not? So.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
I'm really in favor of us swearing in person. And I am not in favor of them only having one person to be up on the stage with them, or even in the chamber. They should be able to bring their immediate family. For certain, it's kind of a big deal for some people. And I wouldn't want to be in a confined room for our study sessions. I don't mind the chambers. And if we if we continue with Zoom, I would really want our community speakers to be made panelists at these meetings. Of course, they can't if they're on the telephone, but if they are by Zoom, to see them, that's been a real loss, I feel, to not be able to see someone's face. And I would really, I know that some cities are having residents come into the chambers if they space them out or whatever the case might be. I noticed some hybrids, but not that many that were strictly virtual. It seemed like Commerce City was the only city that was strictly virtual. What was the other city or cities that are strictly virtual on that list?
I have to pull it. I'm sorry, I have to pull that back up.
And I'm actually not certain what was meant by hybrid.
The town of Lyons, the town of Foxfield. That's it.
Yeah, and what does hybrid mean on that list?
Aurora as well. Aurora is virtual as well.
Typically, hybrid will be where, for example, the city council meets in person, but all of the speakers, all of the guests are virtual. So that's generally what's meant by hybrid.
And I noticed in Travis Huntington's notification to us tonight on the COVID-19 update is that there are 237 new cases from last week, which is actually quite a jump. I think if anything, Ms. Tinklenberg and council, it's really been, this pandemic thing has just been so awful and sad in many ways, in thousands of ways, of course. But I'm also thinking about government and not being able to actually function as a normal government by simply having these Brady Bunch boxes that we're all in, and residents can't come and speak and do the normal things that are part of governing, and having them involved in involvement and all of that. I have very mixed emotions. I don't know what I would do at this point, but I sure do want the community to know that I miss being able to meet in person. And I liked it when we did it for that 1 month, but even then, we didn't have residents. We only had the speakers at public hearings, and that wasn't good enough. There should be others who can attend.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, as much as I would love to see us get back to in person for effectiveness, just kind of being as a group, I think that's would be a huge positive to see face to face, as Councilwoman Noble was saying. I just am not going to be ready to go back with masks. I have experience with that at work, and to me, it's less effective than virtual. I really think covering your face and trying to have, good conversations is a tough one. That's just my personal opinion. I want to see us get back. I understand kind of all sides, that there's risks that people aren't really willing to take. With that being said, if we continue to have a mask mandate in our buildings, I would rather virtual.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm really in favor of coming back to in-person and continuing to offer the option for residents to join us virtually, but also allowing them to be there in person. I think it's really been nice for folks who maybe couldn't make it in time, or just maybe couldn't secure childcare, or for whatever reason couldn't come in person. I'd like to see us continue that option for public comment, but also come back to in person with council and allow public to come in. And if that means some sort of mitigation as far as the number of people or the spacing of the chairs, or however that could be accomplished, I'm on board with that. I just would really like to see us get back to the effectiveness of being together in person. I do agree with Councilmember Hurst on the mask mandate. It's much more challenging to communicate effectively when you're wearing a mask. It's very hard to hear people. I'd like to see that be optional. If people feel compelled to protect themselves by using a mask, I think that should be their choice. And then especially from the dais, I think if we're all in our own seats, I don't know that I could support wearing a mask at that point. I don't see it as any different than when you enter a restaurant, they want you to wear one until you're seated at your table. Kind of the same thing as far as sitting at the dais. So I would support coming back to in-person, hybrid option for public comment, and mask optional.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add a few things. As Roger mentioned, he even said that the staff and probably himself would rather stay virtual. So I think that's important to take that into consideration also. And I feel we can govern just as productive continuing virtual. I realize everyone, yes, I want to get back in session and have see everyone's faces, but by allowing residents and constituents to come in and voice their opinion is important, but yet unless there's some type of screening, because we're also going to be putting residents and the constituents at risk if we start allowing more people into the building. So we need to take that into consideration. And then that's what, everyone needs to realize with COVID, you can't see or smell COVID, it remains in the air droplets. So, I think that's everyone's right. If they, like I said, like Councilwoman Grimes said, if we want to wear the mask, that's optional. I will definitely be wearing a mask. And I will, if we go back in session, I do think each council person should continue to have the right to have plexiglass in between them if they choose so, because some of us are high risk patients, some of us have family members that are high risk. And I know for a fact people that have even been vaccinated are getting COVID, and the numbers are still rising. Plus we're hitting the winter season. So, I don't understand what the big rush is, because we need to protect people as well. And I do like the idea of maybe having the one meeting while our new council members are sworn in, and then explore to continue the other council meetings virtual. Thank you.
Councilmember Guardiola.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Roger, do we have numbers of city employees? Because I think that's a huge concern, and we're not we're city employees. Basically, we serve, but we're not there 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours a day. I think that's a huge, do we have any numbers on that? Like how many of our staff members are positive, or to see if we've had to quarantine? I mean, do we have any information? I think that would help make this decision, because it's, you know, yes, we serve our communities, but we're not there. We're going to be there 6 hours, if that.
Well, there's two ways that I need to answer that. One is in terms of number of staff vaccinated, we don't have reliable data, and we're working on a plan to be able to get that data so that we have a better sense of, pardon me, the vaccination status. In terms of positive case rate and you know, quarantining, that type of thing, yes, we've had positive cases in a number of different departments. We have had people that have had to quarantine. You know, one of our office staff is out right now. You know, so it's around and it's affecting staff, yes. In terms of percentage, I don't have a good feel of that to be able to give you, well, you know, it's 5%, 10% or anything like that. I don't have that kind of data available. All I can give you are some anecdotal information.
Well, thank you. And then I would just, for my own self, I mean, this decision, I think you have to bring in the new council members, right? There's going to be 3 of us that are leaving. And you're going to have 3 new members that I think should weigh in on this discussion. I don't think one meeting going back is going to, you know, stop our government working. As a leaving council member, I would love to be there and you know, just like how the last 2 years, don't get me wrong. But again, I think COVID is bigger than all of us. It's bigger than Carmen City. It's bigger than, yeah. And so I don't feel comfortable voting yes on this, because I think the new council members they're going to be doing it, right? I mean, they're going to be sitting, whether Brady Bunch or they're sitting there. So I would also agree with Councilmember Hurst about masks. I wear one all day in a school, and it's not fun. It's super hard. I would also, you know, I mean, I think masks are here to stay for a while, regardless if we like them or not. But I just don't think, I think we have to lead by example as council members. If, you know, if we have a mask mandate in the city, I think we have to abide by that too. We can't just be, just because we're council members, be special. So I just don't feel comfortable voting yes on this, because it's not going to affect me like it's going to affect 6 of y'all and the 3 people that are coming in. So I just wanted to point that out.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I agree. I think, you know, we should keep it virtual for the time being, just for everyone's safety. I'm kind of on the same boat. It's the all or nothing type of thing, you know, with the plexiglass and masks. I can't make out what people are saying half the time. And so, you know, sometimes I'm up there trying to guess what people were saying and what the motion actually is. So I think in that terms, virtual is more effective. But I would like to see the swearing in person and have the council members' families. You know, we have incoming council members as well as outgoing council members, and it's a very special moment in people's lives, and you know, something that we'd like to share with our families. And you know, I think we should limit it to not have something too big, but I definitely think, you know, having family is important to experience these moments, and you know, obviously taking proper precautions.
Mr. Sheasley.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just want to address two things as you continue your discussion. First, with respect to face coverings and masks, I just want to clarify the scope of the face covering order that the city manager has in place. It isn't a citywide mask mandate. As you know, it's just for city facilities. And there are exceptions in it, one of which is while making speeches. And so it would not hinder you in the operation of your meeting in any way. And so I want you to keep that in mind. You can certainly wear one if you want to, of course. If you're speaking, you don't have to. And I believe there's some gray area over whether the city manager would order council members to wear coverings at all. So there's some delicacy there. And I don't think Roger is going to have a police officer come over to you if you're not wearing a face covering. But there is a specific exception for making speeches. So that should not be an issue. And then I just want to frame your decision tonight. As outlined in the packet, there are three things you can do, really. You can do nothing. And then starting on December 1, meetings will be in person. If you want to have the swearing in person, and that potentially could be November 29th, I would encourage you to do option 2 in the packet, which is to repeal the resolution effective at the end of the day, November 22nd. And then the second option in the middle there is to continue it to December 31. And so when the motions in the packet give you those options. But I just wanted you to have an understanding of what the effect would be there. And then if you want the new council to take action and the swearing is on November 29th, and they would meet in the beginning of December, they could make those decisions. They could meet in person under your current limited in-person meeting where the public can be restricted from coming in. You might have an in-person meeting, and then that council could decide to go virtual again or address that as they see fit. But if there are questions about the logistics, I'm happy to answer them about that or the face covering order. The way you currently have it set up, if you do default back to nothing, it is this, you still have a restricted meeting scenario where quasi-judicial meetings and speakers happen in person. Council meets in person with limited public attendance. I hope that is all helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Sheasley. Mr. Tinklenberg.
Another option that I thought I could float by you, and that is if we have decent weather, we could do the swearing in ceremony outside. But again, that depends on weather. I don't have a forecast that goes out that far, but.
Thank you, Mr. Tinklenberg. Seeing no other questions, we have two options before us this evening. To continue the current resolution, you would make a motion to approve the resolution shown as option 1 in the packet, extending virtual meetings through December 31st as resolution 2021-104. To repeal the current resolution, you would move to approve the resolution shown as option 2 in the packet, repealing ordinance 2021-91, effective after November 22nd as resolution 2021-104. Or you can take no action and let the current resolutions expire on their own. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt either option 1, continuing the virtual meetings, or option 2, ending virtual meetings. Councilmember Grimes.
I move to end virtual meetings effective November 22nd, 2021.
I have a motion to repeal ordinance 2021-91 effective after November 22nd as resolution 2021-104. Is there a second? Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to repeal ordinance 2021-91 effective after November 22nd as resolution 2021-104. Is there any discussion on this motion? Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify process and procedure. So this is to so we can have the swearing in person, correct? And then the new council will decide whether to continue the virtual meetings.
No, if you were to pass this motion, it would adopt the option 2 draft resolution, which would end all totally virtual meetings after your study session on November 22nd. and whatever those meetings are on the 22nd. After that, you would revert back to in-person meetings for council with limited public attendance, really for quasi judicial only, but public comment would be virtual still. And that would continue unless and then the council would then meet in person on December 6th, I believe, or whenever it chose to, and could address how it wants to meet going forward then.
Thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
I'm going to be voting no, and here's why. I am going to suggest instead that this would follow in line with Councilmember Guardiola's suggestion. First of all, we would continue virtual meetings through December 31st, and I would amend it to have an in-person swearing-in meeting where the first half is a regular council meeting and the second half is a swearing-in on November 29th. And then at the following meeting, the new council would vote whether to continue or end virtual meetings. So that's why I would vote no on this particular motion.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Thank you. And Robert, I was just trying to get clarification. So would the plexiglass and the seating arrangement continue as it is until like the new council was sworn in, or how does all of that work?
Neither the plexiglass nor the seating arrangement are covered by any of the things in the resolutions as passed right now about your meetings. I think it's treated as the individual council member's choice on the plexiglass at this point. And then my understanding is an intent to continue with study sessions in that room now, but for the foreseeable future.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Guardiola.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm gonna vote no on this, and I think I like Councilwoman Noble's amendment, or not even amendment, but her kind of train of thought. I think it's only fair for the new council members to let them vote on it, come in, swear, and then the next meeting they get to decide what they want to do, if they want to amend it. So that's just my, thank you.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. I kind of thought that's what this motion would allow for. We'd have one in-person meeting with the new council seated and could vote at that point. So Councilwoman Noble, if you would just clarify, you're suggesting that meeting would be virtual, and then Jose or Councilman Guardiola, you're saying during a virtual meeting, the new council could decide. That's really the only difference. Yeah.
Correct. And then it could be stopped after that, but we're forcing people to come in person a second time for a meeting without having full deliberation. I would rather err on the side of caution because of the trends that we're seeing, and let everyone decide whether they want to be in person or not.
Okay.
Councilmember Guardiola.
And I mean, the new council that's seated could take that first order of business that night on the 29th. But that's up to them.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had another concern in respect to our newly elected council members. Is there some kind of way, could they have the opportunity to know, are they even willing to come in for the first meeting as well to be sworn in? Because how do we know, and how are we deciding for them that they even want this, is my other concern.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I kind of like how Councilmember Noble train of thought, where basically continuing the virtual meetings and having the swearing in person, and then having the new council decide to end virtual meetings. I think it's just playing things on the safe side, and as we're seeing from the numbers, and we're coming up on winter and cold and flu season, so it just looks like things are kind of trending in the wrong direction at this point. And as we saw during the heat of the pandemic, things change from one week to the next, and from 1 month to the next, it was, completely unpredictable. So I do like erring on the side of caution.
Mr. Sheasley?
Yeah, just annoying legal things. During that first meeting on the 29th, if it is on the 29th, I don't believe council would be taking any action other than the swearing in and some organizational items that the charter would allow for. But you could schedule a special meeting, so just keep that in mind. And then just to note that if things on this current motion do trend towards Councilmember Noble's suggestion, if people like that, the motion that's pending would need to be withdrawn or fail, and then you can make another motion to approve the other resolution with some statement about the swearing in. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Grimes.
I would be happy to amend or rescind the motion, whichever is appropriate. If we could schedule a special meeting for the night of the swearing in to address this so that we don't really drag this out any further than it needs to be. With only having meetings every other week, that puts us another half a month virtual. And if this new council would like to come in person, I'd like to see us decide that sooner than later.
I think that some good points have been made on both sides of the argument here. I'm going to vote in favor of the motion to end the virtual meetings. I think that there is a desire for precaution, and I think there's good case for precaution. But I also think that every single one of us that serves on this city council is going out in the public, meeting with residents, going to meetings, going to functions, going to things where we're being exposed to other people not even in our circle of peers, people not in our circle of family members, but we're still out in the public doing things. We're going to coffee houses, we're going to restaurants, we're going to golf courses, we're getting on airplanes, we're doing all that other stuff, but we're afraid of sitting in chambers for X amount of hours. And I would say that the same is probably true of a majority of our employees that work for the city as well, who are doing the same exact thing. And so I think that if you're willing to go off there for your own personal reasons or for other business reasons in order to go out there and conduct business and do things, then it seems a little off, for lack of better words, to say, oh, but we can't meet in person as well. We have to meet virtually. Yes, the numbers in Colorado are not going the direction that everybody would expect them to go. I don't think anybody can tell you why that's the case. It's constantly being blamed on the unvaccinated, but as it's been said time and time again, the vaccinated can transmit the disease to other people as well, the virus to other people as well. So, nobody right now can truly answer why the numbers are the way they are. I don't believe that us holding a virtual meeting on Monday night instead of going in person and having a meeting in council chambers is going to affect that. We have never been taken away our ability to choose for ourselves, be it if you want the plexiglass up between you and another member, if you want to wear a mask while you're in the council chambers, if you want to do that, those choices are always there. I just, at some point in time, we as a city, as a state, and as a nation, and as a world are going to have to just accept the fact that COVID is not going away. COVID is going to be with us, and we're going to have to learn how to live with it and how to manage it, and avoiding contact with other people in select scenarios while then having contact with totally different groups of people, in my opinion, just is not the best manner to go about trying to avoid transmission and trying to protect people. So I can't see continuing our virtual meetings. We need to get back to normal business. We need to get back to allowing the public to come in and address their council members and their city on issues. But at the same time, I also believe that we need to maintain the ability to do so virtually, because I think that that has been, if you were to find one good thing that's been one positive, is people didn't have to be at that civic center at 6 o'clock in order to address their city, that they could do it virtually no matter where they were. And I think that's important to maintain that. And I think that we have some work that we need to do on that, to include allowing people to video in, to allow people to actually be seen whenever they're making their remarks. And if they choose it, that's what they want to do. So again, to end this rant, I'm all in favor of ending our virtual meetings, getting back to business as usual, and doing everything that we can to restore some sense of normalcy to this city. That being said, the motion is to end virtual meetings. So all those in favor, we will do, oh no, I'm sorry, we're going to have the clerk read the title. We'll have the clerk read the title.
Resolution 2021-104, a resolution repealing Resolution 2021-91 to permit in-person meetings effective November 23rd, 2021.
Thank you, sir. And the motion and the second is to repeal that motion and end virtual meetings. We will do a voice vote by show of hands. All those in favor, please raise your physical hands on the chat window. 1, 2, 3, 4. Motion will pass 5 to 4. Okay. Next up, we have ordinances on first reading. Ordinance 2357, recognition of the Bulletproof Vest Partnership Grant Funds. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion in a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2357. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2357. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2357, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Bulletproof Vest Partnership Grant Funds in the amount of $16,800 for the Bulletproof Vest program in the Police Department and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Councilmember Madera.
Yes.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Yes.
Councilmember Noble.
Yes.
Councilmember Wardiola.
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes. Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank.
Yes.
Mayor Huseman.
Yes.
Passes unanimously 9-0.
Thanks, sir. We'll move on to ordinance 2358 to increase the total expenditure amount for the leasing of vehicles. Does anyone on council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I looked over a few things in that ordinance. Have a few questions. First one, why and how was Enterprise selected?
That was done several years back. I don't recall the exact year when that was done. And that, honestly, I wasn't involved in that, so I don't have very good background history on it. I'm sorry. Maybe Robert does. He just.
I will not swear to this, but I believe it was done either through a sole source or waiver of procurement standards, but it was approved by City Council through an ordinance passed 2018 or 2019 is how it was done for this lease program.
If I may, Robert, the ordinance was passed, I believe, in 2017. And it was not a competitive bid. It was a selected single source based on kind of a program change based on the potential benefits of going through a lease program versus a city-owned program. The advantages and construct being there would be much less capital outlay up front for a lease vehicle versus a vehicle that you would own. Secondly, to upgrade the fleet. The fleet was generally had a lot of miles and age on it. So the fleet did not have, I would say, state-of-the-art safety features on most of their vehicles. The gas mileage and as well as the environmentals on our vehicles were probably behind state-of-the-art, if you will. So those kind of considerations also went into the idea of going to at least a hybrid of at least an owned fleet to see whether or not that made sense for us going forward. And that original lease was started in 2017, and the base lease terminates in November of 2022.
I just found that concerning too. What is that, 4 years at other companies, weren't allowed also to have that opportunity. And then how many vehicles do we lease?
Currently, the original lease was for 75 vehicles, but that has been expanded. Right now, pardon me as I refer to my notes, the lease configuration currently is our total fleet has approximately 400 units. Of that, 224 are lease eligible. At present, we currently have 134 units that are under lease with Enterprise, an additional 17 that are on order, that were placed on order this year, but they have yet to be delivered. And there's also an additional 32 that are scheduled to be leased, in 2022. So that's that total inventory would be approximately about 182 units.
So when you say units, you're referring to vehicles?
Vehicles, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then what department vehicles are leased? Like, does that include the police? The police department is separate, right? So what departments get those leased vehicles?
No, that includes the police department. It goes across the spectrum of our organization. It ranges anywhere from passenger vehicles, pickups, light, medium, or heavy equipment, parks operation equipment, large tandem trucks, snowplow trucks, things of that nature. So it covers it touches almost all the units that we have, all the departments, pardon me.
So, and then after reviewing the presentation, so I'm just curious, the cost will not go over 5.9 million for the next 5 years?
No, ma'am. What that 5.9 million would be get us through to the end of November 2022, the base agreement. Currently, to date, from November of 2021, we've spent just under $3 million for the current inventory. We project having an additional $2 million of expenses between now and November. When I say now, the actuals from August of 2021 to November of 2022. And then there's an additional 540,000 to be added for the additional leases that come online in 2022.
Okay,
right now, I'm sorry, please go ahead.
Yeah, so if I understood you right, then there's a $2.4 million increase for the next 5 years?
No, ma'am. Again, I apologize for not being clear here, is that for the current inventory that we have in place, we've spent about $3 million for the vehicles that we currently have in inventory under the lease program. To get us to the end of the base contract, which is November 2022, we anticipate spending another 2.1 million. And then bringing on the additional expenses for 2022, that will add another $544,000. So that would take us to the additional expenses, the total of $5.9 million total. I apologize if I'm still being kind of confusing. I do have a slide or two that might help show that, as opposed to me trying to explain it.
Well, that's fine, but I just don't understand with the increase why, if it's been 4 years, why staff is, doesn't explore other companies as well. Because it, like I said, you can show me more presentations, and I looked at the presentation, but it does seem like I said, we're going to be paying an increase of, like I said, that $2.4 million. So I just can't see why other companies or has looked, especially if we've been with the same company, and see what other companies are out there was my
Yeah.
main concern.
No, and I think as a staff, we agree 100% with what you're saying. Is what we're trying to do with the current program is just get us to the end of the term, which is defined as November of 2022. So between now and then, as a staff, we would be investigating first and foremost the efficacy of this type of program, because we've had it in place for 4 or 5 years to see generally if it makes sense in proceeding forward with it, continuing with the lease program or converting it to a hybrid, and then or going back to the primarily owned fleet. And with that, depending on what those choices that we make, when this contract expires at 2022, we would put it out for bid or reconsideration. So we would look into other vendors as well. So this current contract ends in November of 2022. At that time, our options are, we have all the options available to us, whether we want to continue with this type of program, number one. Secondly, if we want to change the vendor and open it up for competition. Or third, change the mix or ratio of lease to own vehicles that we have in inventory.
Okay, so I'm just confused though, if the contract doesn't until next year, but this is a new ordinance, what you're saying, we have to increase it basically to get better vehicles, more hybrid type of vehicles? Because why can't we just leave it like it is and then reopen it up with other companies next year?
The reason why is right now, pardon me, the maximum allowable expenditure under this authorization is 3.5 million. In August, we basically had spent 3 million. So by the end of this year, we will reach the maximum 3.5 million. So we actually need the additional funds so that we can continue the contract through the end of this year, the end of 2022.
Okay, thank you.
Joe, if I may just ask you a very brief question. So what I heard you say is that in order for us to meet the financial commitment of the program, we are requesting the additional funds that will allow for us to meet that commitment with Enterprise and then seek other options thereafter.
Yes, this additional funds request is to meet the terms of the current portfolio of vehicles that we have, because again, our max expenditure limit under the current ordinance is 3.5 million. Our projected expenditures by the end of this contract is going to be roughly 5.9. So that 2.4 million delta, we have to have authorization from City Council so that we can execute the remainder of the contract to end of November 2022. I will say, just as maybe some additional background, the initial buy in 2017 was for 75 leased vehicles. And as we've turned over older vehicles to the lease format, that now has gone up to over 135 currently in inventory, as well as the additional ones that we're anticipating having online this year and in 2022. And that's probably been the largest reason why there's such a significant increase in the cost.
Before I turn it over to other council members, I'd like to seek a point of clarification. The council communication says city staff recommends that the council amend ordinance 2143 for the limited purpose of increasing the total authorized aggregate expenditure cap for the enterprise vehicle lease program in the amount of 5.96 million and some change. The ordinance itself says, without further approval of the city council, the city manager shall not authorize any quote or service agreement as reflected in schedules as defined in the agreement exceeding the maximum aggregate expenditure of 5.968 and some change. One says the maximum to be spent is 5.968, but your council communication says you're going to increase the amount by 5.968. Which is it?
The maximum is 5.968. the communication should have said increase the maximum to 5.968.
Okay. My next question, right now, this ordinance has been in effect for 4 years and just over 4 years. At a spend rate of about $887,031.25 per year. To get you for 11 months, you're requesting an additional $2.45 million, $2.42 million. That's 3 times the amount that we're spending per year at the current burn rate. How many vehicles more are you going to have this year than you have any of the previous 4 years that this ordinance has been in effect? This lease agreement has been in effect.
So initially, the number was 75. I apologize. I do not know each year incrementally how much that number has increased. I do know that currently we have 135 in inventory. This year we'll be adding, in 2021, adding an additional 17. And in 2022, we'll be adding an additional, an additional 31 units.
Okay, I'll come back to my questions. Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. A lot of my questions were already asked, Joe, but I am curious why this didn't come up during budgeting. Is this something we just found out about, or why the request at this point in the year?
We did not identify this need during the budget cycle. It should have been included as part of the budget appropriation request, but this requirement was not fully identified during that process.
And as a follow-on to that, what happens if we don't approve the incremental increase?
I may have to defer that to legal, but I would suggest that it would probably mean we would be in default of the contract and be subject to immediate return of the vehicles and reconciliation of any payments that we may need to reconcile the contract.
I've not been involved in this particular issue. I was involved in the original drafting of the contract, where there's supposed to be a dollar limit on the amount that was originally authorized for any leases that were to be signed under the agreement. There is a non-appropriation provision, and if the funds are appropriated, then there probably wouldn't be any impact on the contract itself. There may be some internal issues to resolve, but I don't know that we would necessarily be in default under the contract, but there may be limits on what can be expended. So it may actually be a very tricky area, is all I will say.
Well, I apologize for jumping in here out of turn, but hold on a minute. We budgeted money for leasing vehicles. Joe, are you telling us we have to increase the budget or just the authorization?
No, I apologize. Thank you, Roger, for that clarification. We put the money in the budget, but we don't have the authorization in the ordinance to spend that level of money. So, and I apologize to Councilmember Grimes. I misunderstood or poor job of articulating the difference there. Is that we do have the money budgeted. It's just with respect to the ordinance, we have a max ceiling, if you will, on what we can expend on this activity. And we need council's approval to spend more than that.
Okay, that helps me quite a bit, Joe. I thought this was in addition to budget requests from earlier this year. So
I apologize for commingling them improperly.
Thanks, Joe.
Councilmember Noble.
Oops, I was already open. I had the same question that Councilmember Grimes did. And I also want to go back to Mayor Huseman's question, because these extra funds don't make sense unless you're getting more vehicles. And from what I understand, you are getting more vehicles. So how many more vehicles are you getting? And why don't we have more detail regarding them?
With respect to your question, again, currently, for 2021, at the beginning of 2021, we had 134 units that were being leased from Enterprise. In 2021, we were adding an additional 17. Those vehicles, those 134 units with the additional 17 would cost us roughly $2.1 million to lease those vehicles between August of 2021 and November of 2022. We also have programmed in the budget to bring an additional 32 units online in 2022, and their projected costs would be $544,000 to lease those 32 vehicles in 2022. So those new expenditures total roughly $2.6 to $2.7 million. How much we've expended from November of 2017 through August of 2021 was a little over $2.9 million. So adding all those numbers together, that total expenditure is projected to be roughly $5.9 million by the end of November 2022.
And why were the 49 vehicles added?
They were added, they were based on requests from the different departments and examined versus what we currently have in the inventory, the age, and the life expectancy of the vehicles, as well as the current safety configuration of them, their gas mileage, and their environmental compliance with respect to air pollutants, etc. The general age of the inventory was quite old, and I'm crystal balling a little bit, going back in the Wayback Machine, but based on the information that I had, was this lease program was in part put in place to bring the inventory up to speed, if you will, with respect to it being more contemporary in terms of how new it was and the relative condition and the maintenance costs of the vehicles due to their age and their serviceability, as well as bring them up to current year with respect to the safety features, as well as the emissions and gas mileage, and also the other environmental characteristics of the vehicle.
And of this fleet of vehicles, how many would be considered like company cars that people can use to on the weekends and drive back and forth to work and so on and so forth?
We have very few vehicles, and I may be misinterpreting or misunderstanding your question, so I apologize in advance. We have very few vehicles in our inventory that we allow for use outside of specific work purposes. There are a few positions that are required to take their vehicles home, but in large part, the vast majority of the fleet is just used for the direct purpose of supporting the jobs and missions of the city.
Okay, I think that this is a case that we have encountered before, where we're asked to make a decision at the last minute because something has only now been discovered, and we have no alternative but to vote yes. I am concerned about that. I wouldn't want to do this kind of program again without the audit that you're going to be doing and without doing an RFP, and more importantly, also including EVs in this. It's time that Commerce City begins to transition some of its vehicles as well. So thank you very much for your time.
Yes, ma'am. As staff is 100% in alignment with your comments in that regard, and The intent here is, since we have roughly a year till when this contract expires, it should give us sufficient time to do that proper research as to what's the next best steps moving forward in terms of lease versus own, electric versus natural gas or other fossil fuels, and to get that mix right with respect to what we need in terms of the inventory, as well as evaluating the benefits we get for more contemporary vehicles versus the life cycle cost of actually owning a vehicle through its whole life.
That would be great. And fortunately, we're going to be getting money from the infrastructure bill that will allow us to put in some charging stations at appropriate locations that the city owns as well. So it all works out. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And there are several programs through CDOT that I think we can exploit to get extra charging stations. I think they have funding opportunities currently available for that.
That's great.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to comment that I thought we had already approved this during the budget cycle, but it just sounds like to me, as they're processing those funds, they found this original legislation that said that they couldn't spend over amount, so they're just trying to correct that. But we approved it back in budget session. And Joe, I think one clarifying question I had, when you're saying replacing or bringing on due to the age, that's the age of our own fleet, and you're replacing that with a newer leased vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, almost exclusively that's the case.
Okay. So,
and you are correct, Councilman.
the needs of the vehicle use?
Part of it is, but I would say still the majority of it is basically the replacement of vehicles that have outlasted their useful life and or are no longer cost effective to try and keep and maintain versus owning a new or leasing a vehicle. And again, I think again, this is putting words in maybe some of the folks' mouths who initially decided to do this, but one of the benefits of going through a lease program is your capital outlay is a lot less. Mm-hmm. So year to year, you're not putting out as much money for new purchases of vehicles. Granted, if you went over the total life of a vehicle, it would probably likely cost more going through the leased option. But with that, we turn the vehicles in after their use, after their contracted useful life. We do have the proviso to keep a vehicle for longer, especially those that are lightly used, and that could work to the benefit of the city in terms of lessening those lease costs over time.
So the fleet maybe hasn't grown, the overall fleet number maybe hasn't grown, but by a small percentage, but the age of our fleet has significantly decreased due to the lease program.
Correct. Our fleet, the age of our fleet is a lot younger now as a result of the injection of these leased vehicles into the program.
And it goes into some of our bigger trucks, our heavy duty vehicles as well, correct?
Yes.
One of the significant things that I've taken out of this is to be able to do lease of our heavy vehicles. If you have a vehicle older than 2014 or even 2010, you're probably polluting up to 72% more in the heavy duty sector. So, replacing those vehicles are going to make the greatest impact there. I think that's huge, in the longevity and kind of resale value on those drops so significantly that this is probably the reason why we went down this plan. So I support it. I just wanted to make sure we were asking the right questions. We've already approved this. This is something that was in our general packet for budget, but it was the technicality of the the overall spending maximum on the original deal. Just wanted to make sure we're talking that. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir, that's correct. It's since 2017, these have been fully funded through the budget. Right now, though, we're at the threshold, the max spending threshold for the ordinance that originated the lease program. And therefore we have to add to that threshold in order to be acting consistent with the original ordinance.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm still confused though, because which you said we already approved it. Was that in the budget for 2021 or 2022?
The vehicles, the 17 vehicles for 2021, the new ones, and the existing 135, 134 were in the 2021 budget. And then the 2022 budget was for the additional 32 vehicles and the 151 vehicles, the 134 plus 17 that would be online in 2021.
But we still need this ordinance though, because you're still needing more money than what was initially approved in that 2022 budget as well, correct?
No, ma'am, I apologize. I think I'm doing a poor job explaining this. The funds have already approved to support the spending on these vehicles. What's out of alignment is the current ordinance we have for the lease program. The spending threshold is roughly 3.5 million. So for us to ensure that we have received council's approval for the spending authority for this program, we have to amend that ordinance to raise that from 3.5 million to 5.9 million. That would be, I would say, a administrative and a legal document that accompanies the budget. But the money is already in and approved in the budget.
And do we have enough employees to use all of these vehicles?
Yes. I would say the general comment to that is yes. What I will say, what we are learning with these vehicles, especially those that we've had in our inventory for a few years, we're finding out more about the use patterns. So when people now have been asking for a vehicle to support a new requirement, we've been able to recently use or move current vehicles we have in our lease inventory over to those requirements because those vehicles have not been used as much. So that allows us to save money on having a new or an extra lease or a new purchase of a vehicle. So that's one thing we're learning with this program is we're getting better data in terms of the use patterns and the amount of hours on a piece of equipment and or miles on a vehicle that's allowing us now to kind of repurpose these lease vehicles. And that in the long run will hopefully save us money because then it will preclude us from just purchasing a new lease vehicle every time a new requirement comes up. So we've consolidated several requirements within a vehicle, if you will, as opposed versus having a vehicle per requirement.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
Sorry, my mouth was acting up. Okay. Does the existing ordinance call for the per vehicle cost to remain the same? Do any changes need to be made to that ordinance on that level?
My understanding is the only change that needs to be made is the increase from $3.5 million to $5.9 million. The number of vehicles, there wasn't any specific language in the ordinance with respect to the number of vehicles being leased.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you done, ma'am? Councilmember
Yep,
Noble?
I
Okay,
am.
thank you. Councilmember Alan Thomas?
Yes, sorry, Mayor. I just wanted to add one last statement. If we approve all these extra vehicles and all for the city, I can't just stress enough, if we have all these city employees riding around town, if they see something to take care of something, if they see something in the road or something, if they don't feel they can handle it, then notify an officer or something, if those are city vehicles as well, because I always tell the constituents and residents, if they see something, say something, but then our employees, they see stuff and they don't do anything. So I just hope if they, if we have and approve all these extra vehicles, that, they're using them wisely. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And if I may, just so you have a general idea for the vehicles that are being brought online in 2022, those requests, the bulk of those requests is to support the police department. 16 units total, 8 new and 8 existing units, replacing 8 existing units and getting an additional 8 new units. And of that 544,000, the police department requirement of 300 is about 360,000 of that. And I can also let you know, community development would get 4 units, the streets would get 3 units, parks 7 units, and then a new unit for the new park ranger position.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2358. Councilmember Grimes,
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by council seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2358. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I have a couple comments I'd like to make regarding this. This really upsets me. This is not how our city should be doing business. When this contract was put in place back in 2017, a dollar value was figured out of how much this is going to cost the residents of Commerce City. Over the last 4 years, the vehicles increased from 75 to 135. That decision was made without regard to what it did to this ordinance and the spending limitation that was put out there. The decision was made, go ahead and procure another vehicle, go ahead and procure another one, increasing the total by almost twice what was initially authorized on those dollar limits. Now we come back a year prior to this contract being up saying we need to double the contract almost, increase it by about 80%. That decision to increase the spending authorization in the ordinance should have taken place before the vehicles were procured. That decision should have been made by the city councils of the past to say, based on the current burn rate, if we want to increase by X amount of vehicles, the city council is going to have to authorize an increase in this ordinance in order to be able to do that, but that wasn't done. The process is highly flawed. And now we sit here with, we either approve this so that we can continue with this contract for another year, or we don't, and we figure out where the chips lie. And that's not a good position to put a city council in. The decision should have been made prior to the additional vehicles being procured. Now, I think everybody would agree the desire to get older vehicles off the road and put more efficient vehicles out there, reduce the cost that it goes into maintenance. That's all well and fine. But this ordinance was passed by a city council prior to any of us, by the way, that said over the next 5 years, spend up to this amount of money. We come along, we say we want to start swapping vehicles out. That's great. At the time we want to start swapping vehicles out and increase the run from 75 leased vehicles to 135, that's the point you come and say, we would like to do this. Please amend the ordinance, allowing more spend to take place so we can do this. That is the way process needs to be handled, not, hey, we increased all the vehicles, we want to increase some more. We're going to need you to authorize us to spend more money because we're about to run out on that ordinance. It's bad procedure, and it's very upsetting that that's the position. Once again, the city council is being put in to make a decision, either death by hanging or death by firing squad. It's irritating. Mr. Gibson, please read the title and take a roll call vote.
Ordinance 2358, an ordinance amending ordinance 2143 to increase the authorized total expenditure amount of the leasing of vehicles under the city's master lease program agreement with Enterprise Fleet Management. Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Alan Thomas,
No.
Councilmember Noble,
No.
Councilmember Guardiola,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank,
Yes.
Mayor Huseman.
No.
Ordinance passes 6-3.
Thank you, sir. Next, we're going to move to administrative council business per council policy. Except for emergency or unforeseen items, council members are encouraged to submit administrative business items by the Tuesday before the meeting with another council member's endorsement. Are there any members of council who have administrative business items of an emergency or unforeseen circumstance? Councilmember Hurst.
Yes, thanks for allowing me to do this. I wanted to follow up on our last conversation. I think it's something that has to be addressed in terms of contracting. It is my opinion, I'm not, without investigation into it, that turnover really hinders our ability to make decisions like that. Meaning you have people in positions who are negotiating contracts, running programs, building programs. They leave and then we replace them from somebody from the outside. If there's not a place for all of those to have an end date and the impacts to each of those contracts, I've been put in that situation where you're constantly chasing that contract. When does this expire? How much is that funded? And without kind of having that in one place, again, I think it's a project management tool, whether that's by department, whether that's by, organization wide under the city manager's office, however that's managed, I think the city can come up with a good way. But I'd like to run a motion to ask the city to take a look at all of our contracts and find a way to catalog those so we understand those impacts. I think I agree with the mayor that it sucks to be at the end of the contract and there's these significant changes. But I've also been on the other side where you're running your program and you're trying to meet those requirements, and you're told, hey, you can extend the amount of vehicles you're getting from a lease or whatever the case may be, obviously, and you don't completely get told the full story of that impact. And so now you're kind of working backwards instead of understanding the full breadth. And even if you went and did your research, you may not have understood that there's a spending cap on that, and you just were going off of what the contractual rate was. And so I really think the turnover, it's just my personal opinion, could have hurt us in this type of situation. And if there is a contract management tool that we can go out there and find for future use for the city, I would hope the city can look into that and see if they can report back to us on that.
I have a motion to direct city staff to develop a catalog of city contracts. Is there a second? Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to direct city staff to develop a catalog of city contracts. Is there any discussion? Mr. Tinklenberg.
We have literally hundreds of contracts. What kind of contracts are you looking for?
Well, Roger, I'd just say, IGAs can be one thing that I know that I've dealt with where everything's operating, you think it's fine, whether that's a plowing agreement or, some type of no money transfer maintenance agreement. Then you get out there working and you run over a curb in Denver. I'm not attaching this to anything I know about. I just making this up. Now Denver comes back and tries to hold us accountable. We say, no, we're covered in our IGA. And that's not the case because the IGA expired a year ago. It was a 5-year IGA, and the person who signed that is no longer with their organization and failed to keep track of that or pass that on to the person that replaced them. So with that, I am only guessing that very few people who are currently operating this contract that we have with the rental company or the lease company, were there during the original contract phases. And so they're not going to understand the ins and outs because that contractual information or that contractual knowledge wasn't passed on to them. They had to go find it, but when they went and found it, they only got the limited, they got a limited version of the story. And so trying to understand what each contract means, I mean, I understand that there's hundreds, if not thousands of contracts that we have to go through. They can be categorized by department all the way down to the unit level, so they understand what contracts they're in charge of and what, when that 1 year mark, we have 1 year left, we better start looking for renegotiation or whatever that calendar flag to trigger needs to be. For me, I have to start talking about contracts 18 months out or I'll be late. And that just seems in government the way it has to be because so many people have to agree on the terms. And so that I think might help when you have somebody leave the organization due to retirement, but you're replacing them with somebody who's never worked at Commerce City. That's a big shoes to fill. A lot of institutional knowledge that goes with retirement, and trying to get that person back up to speed with contracts can be a challenging thing to do.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? I will do a Councilmember Allen Thomas, I presume you wanting to do your own administrative council business. Thank you. Do a voice vote. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your physical hands in the chat window. And that is going to pass unanimously 9-0. Did you have another item of business, Mr. Hurst?
I did not.
Councilmember Allen Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor. After hearing the citizen communication, it's very disturbing to hear the situations that the residents in Commerce City are living in. And we had a recent presentation done by the Housing Authority, and it appears that things are not improving in a lot of the Housing Authority properties. And then from tonight's citizen communications, all these other properties that are mentioned fall under Housing Authority. So I would like to make a motion that city staff looks into all these, every Housing Authority property located in Commerce City, and give us more information for the mayor and other city council members. We'd like to know who manages these properties. Why aren't they being held accountable? And what can we do to get these living situations improved? Because if they're getting government money, this is unacceptable. So I'd like to get more information, and sooner rather than later.
I have a motion to direct staff to do an investigation into the Housing Authority properties that are in partnership with Commerce City and report back to the city council on the conditions and what is actually taking place at these facilities. Is there a second? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to direct city staff to do an investigation into properties that are partnered with the city through the Commerce City Housing Authority. Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. I think you may have alluded to, just so there's a clarity for the council tonight, when we think of property that is under the control of the Housing Authority, that is limited in its effect to its participation of true fee simple ownership in contour estates, and through its special limited partnership, which allows for the properties in question to receive that low income housing tax credit for their development. Through that special limited partnership, we may have the ability, based on those initial agreements, of being able to affect the management company. That being said, staff will look into the variety of requests as it relates to the management companies, our ability to provide guidance, resources, and/or direction back to where a complaint must be filed, that being with CHAFA, given that they are the state entity and our limited role within that SLP, Special Limited Partnership. But just so that there is a little clarity, Contour Estates is the only property in which the Housing Authority owns as a fee simple ownership, and then has other partnership responsibilities with effects of management companies as it may pertain to Pinecrest, but we will get you more information.
And like I said, I not just some Contour Estates, but the ones just tonight to Village Crest, all of those, like I said, I would like more information, and I'm sure the mayor and other council would. Because like I said, and I'd like to know also for myself, when was the last time that someone from Housing Authority actually went and inspected those properties themselves as well? Thank you.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, just to expand on that, the only Contour State properties that are have a ownership interest by the Housing Authority is the actual the homes, the single family homes that are on that property. So, you know, when you say has a ownership in, it's really limited to those properties, because the way that it works is you have a limited partnership where the Housing Authority owns less than 1% in these properties. In order to create the partnership, to create that tax exempt and make them eligible for CHAFA financing and certain tax exempt bonds. So a better motion would be, because these are inspected by CHAFA and not the Housing Authority. So, you know, we're going to be limited in that capacity. A better motion would be to have the Housing Authority reach out, because they have a relationship with the management companies, and try to get them to, you know, voluntarily fix these issues. If not, you know, escalating it to CHAPA. And the Housing Authority also provides residents with different kinds of legal assistance. Like there's legal funds out there for residents that they have access to. And so the Housing Authority will help residents get in touch with that. But I just don't know what an investigation would do. I think we would be serving residents better going through this route and then escalating it through CHAFA if need be. But you know, we have to understand that the Housing Authority does not own these properties, and they're not run by the Housing Authority. So when we say ownership, under the ownership of the Housing Authority, you're really limited to just those single family dwellings in Contour Estates. And they have a little bit more significant ownership in Pinecrest apartments as well. But these other apartments, they're not owned by the Housing Authority. They're in partnership. So the Housing Authority doesn't run any of the day-to-day. So I think, you know, our best way forward is to use those relationships that the Housing Authority has to try to get these management companies to self-correct the issues in their properties. And then if they're not willing to do so, then we have to escalate it to CHAPA and find other avenues. And that's how it's going to be most beneficial to actually get, you know, some help to these residents.
Councilmember Noble.
If it's going to be twofold, that would be fine too, but I still support Councilwoman Alan Thomas's motion. As we have discussed before, I completely believe that the city can consider this a bully pulpit and use our role like that. If we had a public health department, we would not let people be living like this, but we don't have a public health department. And nevertheless, this should not be the conditions. I might also point out that our speakers tonight said that they have been living like this for 2 to 4 years. So if there have been any inspections by the housing authority, and when we had a presentation, we were told that these inspections occur at least annually, you would think that they would have been noticed. So I think that this is actually an emergency situation. If Councilwoman Allen Thomas is willing, I would also suggest that you incorporate the ideas from Councilmember Guardiola, but I definitely don't want the city to step out and say that they are just not going to do something in terms of advocacy on behalf of these residents. Enough is enough.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I won't add much to what everybody else has said, because I kind of see both what Councilman Madera and Councilwoman Noble and Alan Thomas all said. I think it's confusing, even for us, even sitting here listening. You know, I understand the limited ownership or even just partnerships that we have in these, but we do know the people who can do something at the very least. We can bring in the county, we can bring in the health department, we can bring in a lot of different because of the mold. Why wouldn't we bring in the right people? And so that have the expertise in analyzing that and taking the steps forward. You know, I would support the motion on having the city at the very least hold hands with everybody walking in, you know, come together as a group of people who have that government specialty knowledge on that layers of government, how that works, CHAFA, county health department, so on and so forth. Because I agree with Councilman Madera, as we don't have the authority that I think we would want to have in this, but at the same time, we have the relationships and the contacts and the understanding of the process much better than the general public has. And so I support the city, you know, taking action on this and bringing the right people and the right agencies into this conversation moving forward.
Councilmember Guardiola.
Yeah, I didn't make any suggestions, Councilwoman Noble. I think you were talking about Councilman Madera, maybe.
Oh, I keep doing it wrong. My mistake. Then yes, Councilmember Madera, you made no suggestions, Councilmember.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to just leave my motion as stated. And like I said, I'd also, like I said, Jason, in that presentation, I would like to know, yes, the city doesn't own these properties, but then let us know what authority does Commerce City have to hold these property management companies accountable for these living conditions. Thank you.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I would just ask, you know, the city, you know, similar to what Councilmember Hurst suggested, to work with the housing authority and work through the proper channels to escalate things as necessary to remedy these situations. I think, you know, we can all agree that a lot of the things that were brought up tonight were unacceptable. And, you know, CHAPA is supposed to be doing these inspections, and if they're not catching these things, then I don't know what they're looking at. But you know, I think if we work together with the housing authority and all the other entities that can help these residents, I'm all in favor for that.
Councilmember Guardiola.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to bring, I definitely agree some action needs to be taken, but we also have to ask these folks that talked, because what happens in positions like these, if they don't have documents, they'll be on the street and we'll still have our homes because we're trying to do something, and rightfully so. But I think before we go to CHAFA, we have to take the right measures to ask them, because it's their livelihood. And I've seen this happen in other cities where especially in the Hispanic Latino communities, where they're the losers, where they go and ask help and they get thrown out. And now we have families on the streets because the city council or different organizations were trying to help them, and rightfully so. But I think if we have to be very strategic, because at the end of the day, we all have houses that we go home to, and what we're trying to do something right for these folks. And again, this is horrible. I did meet with them months ago before COVID, and it was hard. I just think we have to be strategic and not just go straight to the CHAS, but do an investigation, utilize our partners, talk to them. What do they want? Because it's not going to affect any of us at all. So we might be trying to push something because we want to take a hard stand, and it's great. But I think the end result is we want them to get help. And in many instances, many scenarios, these folks, just like what they're doing with the towing, right? They're calling the towing company and they're towing their cars. They're not even giving them, they have to reach out and get the money for that. So if we go to CHASPA and that management company says, oh, well, now you're evicted, we really didn't do a service to these folks. So I just think the better way to do it is what Councilman Madera said, is use our strategic partners and reach out to them first. I think they have to meet with the city folks and see what they really want.
Councilmember Noble.
The residents who spoke tonight specifically said that they wanted to meet with the city. So I think that needs to be addressed. I saw that as part of what Councilwoman Alan Thomas is suggesting. So I will still support her motion.
Councilman Guardiola.
Could Councilwoman Alan Thomas restate the motion, please?
Yes, I would like for city staff to prepare and give us more information regarding when the housing authority has reached out to these properties that are getting government money, and that falls under the housing authority. I'd like information to know who manages these properties, when they've actually went into the properties and visited each one, and just talk to the residents. And like I said, I'm hoping that's recent, because I'd like to know too if they are reviewing the CHAFA report, since everyone keeps saying it falls under CHAFA. So I want that included as well. And just you know, an update. I would like more clarification too as to what the housing authority does, what the structure is as well, who reports to who, and if there's a constituent or resident concern, who at the housing authority do they go to? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? You know, I'm looking at the Housing Authority website, and it says the Housing Authority partners with developers to provide safe, decent, and affordable housing for qualified applicants. Current partnerships include Pinecrest, Contour, North Range, and Village Crest Apartments. What I've heard, there's nothing safe, decent, and now affordable about this. It's so easy to sit here over and over and say, it's not us, it's CHAFA, go deal with them. Well, you know what? These apartments are not partnered with CHAFA. They are partnered with Commerce City through the Housing Authority. So to me, the biggest issue is not the deplorable living conditions these poor people who are being taken advantage of, and they're being taken advantage of probably because nobody expected them to have a voice to be able to speak out. The bigger issue is, why do we even have a partnership with them? If all we're going to do is throw our hands up in the air and say, it's not us, go see CHAFA. What are we doing? What's the point of it? I'm so irritated by the constant, it's them, it's them, it's them. Why? Why is it them? And if it is them, then what can we do as a council to change it so that we have a better voice in ensuring that the residents who are living in properties that are partnered with the city are getting a fair shake? And now this isn't just one property in residence coming. We've got multiple properties now where the residents are coming and saying, will you please help us? You're supposed to be partnered with us. What are you doing? And we continue to say, go call somebody else. It's not us. I hate that answer. That's absolutely deplorable that we would even be giving that answer. The answer that we need to be asking ourselves is, what can we do to change the structure to make sure that we have a voice in this? And if we're not going to have a voice in it, then quit being a partner. If this is the way that an organization is going to operate and continue to treat their residents, do you really want your name associated with that? I don't. I don't want my name associated with these residents being taken advantage of like this. And they didn't go call CHAFA. They came to the city council. And they came to the city council and said, please help us. This is horrible. So how many levels have we already failed? They obviously didn't get the answer they were looking for directly from the housing authority. So now you've come and you've taken time and dealt with the translator in order to address 9 members of a city council to say thank you. And the first answer we say is, ain't us, call somebody else. That's horrible, absolutely horrible. I fully wholeheartedly agree with Councilmember Alan Thomas's motion here, but I also think we need to go even further and we need to figure out what is the purpose of this housing authority? What are we truly going to do with the housing authority? And how are we going to benefit the lives of the residents that live in properties that are in these housing authority properties? And I don't care if we don't own the property. I don't care if we have a small minority stake in it, this or that. You want to partner with us and you want to get those tax credits, you have to live up to these standards. You're going to have inspections. The inspections are going to be done, and we're going to do those inspections. And if you don't meet our standards, we will no longer wish to partner with you. You have your choice. You know what, I've been in, I can't tell you how many income qualified housing developments. I used to go in there because whenever the owners of the property wanted to get HUD tax credits and this and that, we would go in, we'd do the inspection on the facility. Some of the things that I've seen in these facilities are very similar to what was described to us this evening, to what was described to us over the summer in another property, to what has been described to me from residents from another property. It's horrible, absolutely horrible, because these tax breaks aren't going into making sure that the property is upkept. These tax breaks are not going into making sure that the living conditions are decent and that's the way that it should be. These tax breaks are going into pockets of companies and corporations, and they're sitting there with that money saying, ha ha. And whenever we come along and say, boy, we really need to do this, the first answer is, not us. Somebody else has got to deal with this. It's not for us to do. That's horrible. I'm blown away. If we are not going to have the ability to impact the lives of our residents, what are we doing? Why are we a partner with these organizations? I'm just dumbfounded by it. Councilmember Madera, you have a comment before we go to vote?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's still a lot of misunderstanding about what the housing authority is and what it does, right? And what these partnerships are. And the partnerships are for those tax breaks to bring in affordable housing into the community. And once they get CHAFA financing, CHAFA is the one who's doing the inspection, who's responsible for making sure that these properties are up to code. And we're not saying, it's not us. We're saying, look, we got to work through these proper channels because, it gets into this thing again where we like to step out of our lane and go into places that we don't have jurisdiction and try to make promises that we know we don't have direct control over, but we have influence, right? And so it's not saying it's not us, it's saying, look, this is what we have to do and let us work on your behalf, but just know, the way that the partnership works, right, is it's not the housing authority that's building these apartments, right? This is to stimulate investment and get these affordable properties in the first place. And that doesn't give them the right to, have the living conditions that are being reported. But, that's something to look into when we enter into new agreements. If that's something that the housing authority can write in terms of inspections and quality of life that's expected in these buildings. And I think, you know, we should absolutely 100% look into that. But for these agreements that were entered into long before any of us were on council, it's not that easy, right? You're in these partnerships, and you can withdraw, and you know, depending on how the contract's written, there might be penalties involved, and you know, those properties might become market rate apartments, and then we just took that affordable stock out of the city, and the end result is you left these people on the street that you were trying to help. So I'm just saying, you know, we have to be careful in how we do it. We all want to help these people, but you know, we can't just go in guns blazing and, you know, screaming at these people. That doesn't work. So, you know, let's work through the partnerships that we have, and you know, do things the right way, so we're not putting people out on the street. And you know, definitely something that we need to do with new partnerships is, you know, see if we can write that in, and that's something that we'll have to talk with legal and the housing authorities legal team to make sure that that's something that we can do. But that, I'm all on board for that as well.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Gibson, would you please do a roll call vote?
Apologies, I was muted on the application. Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Alan Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Noble,
Oops, yes.
Councilmember Guardiola,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank,
Yes.
Mayor Huseman,
Yes,
passes unanimously 9-0.
thank you. Is there any other administrative council business of an emergency or unforeseen circumstance that needs to be addressed this evening? Seeing none, we have one item that was agendized. Referral of administrative subdivision application for Next Metro Communities request for approval of the Avila Settlers Crossing subdivision plat. I'd like to invite Jason Rogers, Deputy City Manager, to introduce the request.
Good evening, Mayor. Yes, I'd like to be able to bring forward our Community Development Director, Mr. Jim Tolbert, who has additional information to share for council's initial discussion about agendizing this for a planning commission, city council public hearing, or to allow for it to continue through the administrative process. Jim?
Thank you, Jason. And hello to each of you. I look forward to meeting you and working with you. I think this is my first time with several of you. This is a subdivision that is to create one lot, 12.93 acres for the construction of 132 multifamily units. It's part of the Settlers Crossing PUD, and part of the Settlers Crossing PUD. It's at the corner of 100th Avenue and Tower Road. Again, this is it's a subdivision to allow the construction of 132 units under the approved PUD.
Councilmember Noel, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you. I would like to move that we bring the subdivision plat forward for a public hearing.
I have a motion to bring the subdivision plat forward for a public hearing to refer to the Planning Commission and the City Council for public hearing. Is there a second? Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to refer both to the Planning Commission and the City Council. Before I open it up to discussion, I do want to convey that any discussion on the subdivision application should be made administratively, or it should be a decision of the city council after a public hearing. Council members should not discuss the merits of the case, and council members should not make any statements, suggestions. They have prejudged the application. Councilmember Noble.
Yes, I'm bringing this forward. It is in Ward 4. This is the first residential subdivision since August of this year. I haven't gone back further than that, but this is the first one to come before us.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what the benefit of this would be. What benefit would we bring to this by, we don't have the ability to analyze the 9 key facts of the case. There's nobody on council that has the expertise to do so. And so why take this out of staff's hand? If it's to educate the public, I think there's better ways to do that.
Councilmember Madera.
When was this PUD approved?
That's a good question. Councilmember Madera, if you'll give us one moment, we'll find the approval date for that PUD.
Okay.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
I'm just curious too, will all of these be rentals or they buy them?
Unfortunately, ma'am, given what's before us, we're unable to have a substantive discussion around the merits of the application, that being the proposed product type, outside of the basic information that was shared with you by Mr. Poland.
Thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
One of our primary responsibilities as city council members is land use and planning. The 9 key facts can easily be considered by a city council, just as they are in any other jurisdiction across the nation. We can place the 9 key facts on a slide and allow everyone to see as we go through them, and we do that process. Of course, I hope that if you have any questions, that you can look at the material that CIRSA provides to us and provides on its website in order to enable you to actually conduct a public hearing as a city council member, which is one of our responsibilities. That's why we do things like conditional use permits, etc. We do, in fact, make land use decisions on a semi-regular basis.
Mr. Rogers, you have an answer for us?
Yes, sir. It was approved in 2010, sir. July 2010.
Mr. Hurst.
That was my point exactly. Councils before us have made these decisions through public comment for a long time. It takes several years to get to this point in development, and for us to consider and try to make and establish if we're going to approve something, then I think we can downsize our organization. We don't need planners to do this job then. If we're going to take everything on as a city council, then let's do it. I mean, we're literally taking away people's professional opinion and their ability to do their work by doing this, or we're second guessing them in public. And either way, I'm not comfortable with it.
So I see this a little bit differently than your take, Mr. Hurst. The PUD was approved in 2010. This map is dated 2010 here. And when I look at the intersection that this property was done at, the planners said that corner should be commercial. So it seems to me that this request application may not coincide with what was thought was going to occur back in 2010. And I would like the opportunity to question staff regarding what has changed between now and 2010 and why all 4 corners of that intersection that was designated not just commercial, but also a community commercial center is now looking to be changed. So we can say the planners did their job, but this is not consistent with what the plan, it does not appear to be consistent with what the planners had specified that was going to be done based on that map that was in effect at the time the PUD went into effect. So I do see merit in further analysis of what has changed and why it is that this particular request may not be consistent with what was thought to take place at that location. Councilmember Madera.
Do PUDs expire ever if they're not developed or constructed in a certain time frame?
That's a great question, Councilmember Madera. Depending on the structure that you establish a PUD within your land development code will determine whether or not there is a approved in perpetuity or a sunset if it's not been effectuated by an approval of a plat, a development permit, and ultimately the issuance of a building permit. We don't have the latter. So we go with once a PUD is approved in perpetuity unless 3 actions are taken. The applicant in of itself requests to amend their PUD to make land use changes or development standard changes. Secondly, it is council that takes an action that they believe that the PUD was approved in error or no longer is consistent or complementary with the comp plan. I would say our council has not taken that action ever with any existing PUDs or rezone actions that we have had in the history of the city from what I've been able to glean from my staff when they've conducted some initial research on this matter. And then the third piece is when you look at a holistic change to your, I'll say your zoning map that's associated with your land development that would look at the re-identification of new zoning districts that may pertain to that, so that there's an alignment there as well with the comp plan or new comp plan as it may be.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I still disagree. I still think that we're taking the wrong approach. We have the ability to do this in land use development and zoning. We failed to take the actions that we have available to us. And in doing so, we're the one failing the process, not the planning department. And I believe that the question you have is valid, but it can be asked in one quick email. And here's the change, here's why it's qualified, done. Doesn't have to be in public. We don't have to, have any type of discussion as long as one's not warranted. If there's one warranted that says this should be commercial, this doesn't fit in the PUD as outlined, it shouldn't pass. Boom, you'd have unanimous support to bring that to a public hearing and question that and get that turned over. I would never be against that, but I really think this could be solved a lot easier than a public hearing. There's just not a whole lot of need for it.
Councilmember Noble.
You're not allowed to make all of those kinds of comments regarding a planning issue that's going to come before you because you have a quasi judicial role. So you can't do that. You can, however, call it up. And perhaps the difference between this council and prior councils is that they weren't as well informed about what they can do and what they can't do with regards to planning and land use cases that can be brought before them. I would like to see this occur. It is in my ward. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Hurst.
Every time we've got an administrative land use case approved, there's been an option for us to ask questions and ask for further details on those. Again, I stand that if this is a commercial, supposed to be commercial development, it's becoming residential without, a good reason, then yeah, we should be asking those questions. have failed to find a reason to bring this forward. That if it's going to be, we're going to find out the of, then again, we're going to be making decisions without all the information, without the ability to do our homework. So I think we should either ask the questions, have them answered, and give us time to have that discussion. But we would have asked that question the day of, and then put ourselves on the spot to make a decision after a public hearing, after doing no research, just listening to testimony.
Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for the Director for Community Development. Jim, if you may, it's my understanding that the property in question is located at the southeast corner of Tower Road and East 100th Avenue, north of the minor collector roadway. That's just north of the intersection of 96 in Tower Road. Can you confirm the actual location of the property? You're on mute, sir.
That appears to be correct.
And if I may ask again, Jim, what is the underlying comp plan designation for that property in question that's associated with the application?
I don't know that I have the comp plan designation in front of me right now, Mr. Rogers. I made my lights just went out, but
no worries. And unfortunately, I will actually retract that question because I don't want to get council ourselves in trouble with talking about the merits of the application. I just wanted to provide some clarity as to the location of the property.
the location, I can confirm. The underlying land use, I'm not sure.
No, sir. Like I said, I'll retract that question to make sure that we stay above board.
Councilmember Noble?
That was exactly what I was going to say, is that you can't ask that kind of question when we're in a quasi judicial role. So we need to adhere to this. Now, I didn't tell, but I pretty much did. I suggested to the city council and to Mr. Tinklenberg that everyone take the CIRSA due process training, so you would understand what you are supposed to be doing as a city council member. This is not out of order or untoward. This is something that city councils do everywhere. We have simply not done so. I am asking for consideration of bringing this for a public hearing. Thank you. And I am not giving reasons because that is inappropriate to.
Councilmember Madera?
If we were to take this to public comment, do we know how many people would be noticed?
That is a good question. So we have a standard notification that's required of 300 feet. That's what was issued when we sent the notification to council. So property owners within 300 feet, per our land development code requirements, are to be notified that if they would like to file a formal objection with respect to the application, which would then lead it to a planning commission and city council hearing and public hearing process.
Yeah, I think that's why I asked. I'm just not sure if there's any properties within 300 feet of that proposed.
Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I just, want to put out there that I know what I'm talking about. I've read through the whole CIRSA thing. Doesn't change my opinion that your opinion in this process of doing this is distasteful. There is a process in place that is very, very simple for us to follow without breaking any rules. And I don't think we've ever explored that. And so again, I just disagree with this process.
Councilmember Noble.
Please don't characterize my argument as distasteful. You can use any argument you wish, but to characterize it as something negative is insulting. Please don't characterize my comments as that. I am taking into consideration the constituents in my ward.
Oh, me too. And our city staff.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. For just a point of clarity, the purpose and the reason why we had also asked that question about the location of the property and confirming that, so that way, depending upon the action that you all as council take with regards to this matter of establishing a public hearing, we will know then to be able to get the exact information that they're looking for with respect to that particular piece of property. And to make sure that there is a clear baseline understanding for all of you all to have a discussion depending upon if that's the route you all chose to go forward. Just wanted to clarify the purpose of that question.
All right, have a motion and a second to refer this administrative subdivision case being called up to both the public or the planning commission and the city council. Councilmember Noble. You're on mute.
Doesn't one of the key facts involves impacts as well, right? So it's not just 300 yards from a site, but impacts in general. Is that correct?
So a part of the non-approval criteria, and if you may, I can pull those up. The ability to, there are various interested stakeholders that have an ability to be able to request a public hearing.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking about the key facts. What are the key facts? I am able as a city council member to bring this forward to the city council, which is what I'm doing right now. So I have that ability. I am an interested party. What are one of the 9 key facts involves impacts, which doesn't have to do with how many people live around this property currently.
That is correct, ma'am. And I was simply trying to create the separation between the two items that you brought forward, because you had made reference to the 300 feet. But to your point about the general approval provisions for a subdivision plat, I will read those off for you, ma'am. Bear with me one moment as I get those up. So for the approval criteria, we have that the subdivision is consistent with any approved rezoning concept plan or PUD zone document. We have the subdivision is consistent with and implements the intent of the specific zoning district in which it is located. There is no evidence to suggest that the subdivision violates any state, federal, or local laws, regulations, or requirements. The general lot, roads, driveways, utilities, drainage facilities, and other services within the proposed subdivision is designed in a way that minimizes the amount of land disturbance, maximizes the amount of open space in the development, preserves existing tree, vegetation, and riparian areas, and otherwise accomplishes the purposes and intent of the Land Development Code. The subdivision complies with all applicable city standards and does not unnecessarily create lots or patterns of lots that make compliance with such standards difficult or infeasible. The subdivision will not result in a substantial or undue adverse effect on adjacent properties, traffic conditions, parking, public improvements, either as they presently exist or as they may in the future exist as a result of the implementation of the provisions and policies of the comprehensive plan, the Land Development Code, or any other plan, program, or ordinance adopted by the city. Adequate, sufficient public safety, transportation, utility facilities and services, recreation facilities, parks, and schools are available to serve the subject property while maintaining sufficient levels of service and development. development agreement between the city and the applicant has been executed and addresses the construction of all required public improvements. What I would share to that was that when we have also the public hearing when it is required, but one of the things while we have the 9 approval criteria, what we also have as it relates to the consideration of a plat is that general objections regarding existing land use, zoning, or issues unrelated to the subdivision will not be considered valid objections for purposes of that provision of the approval.
I would like to say that I asked for the 9 key facts and you gave the 9 key findings, which is slightly different than what I was asking for. But nevertheless, the information that you just provided just underscores my desire to call this up for a public hearing. Thank you.
I have a motion and a second to refer this to public hearing of both Planning Commission and the City Council. Do a voice vote. All those in favor, please signify by raising your physical hand in the chat window. And that is going to pass 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 4 with council members Wadiola, Madera, Grimes, and Hurst saying no. We will move on to council reports. Mr. Tinklenberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry. In the wrong screen. As I, pardon me, as I had reported earlier, the Adams County incident rate for the past 2 weeks, rolling 2 weeks, is up to 692.6 versus 235 2 weeks ago. That's per 100,000 population. Vaccination rates, meanwhile, are up to 79.7% for 1 dose. 2 doses is at 72.7%, and then 10%, 10.24% have received the booster shot. We're maintaining our mask order within city facilities. In terms of city manager's office, we had meetings with both Adams County and Thornton regarding police staffing and ability to basically have contingency plans in case of shortage. They're both, encountering similar staffing challenges as we do, but both of them have assured us that they will help out if we run into a crunch, and we conveyed the same information to them. And again, trying to be prepared for contingencies. The only other item for city manager's office is I plan to take Friday off of this week and then also Tuesday through Friday of next week. So happy Thanksgiving, although I will see you Monday night. Terms of city clerk, the election results appear to be final at this point. I haven't heard anything further about any recounts being necessary. Community development, active land use cases are at approximately 185 again. And then residential permits, 37 single family permits were issued last week. In terms of the emergency rental assistance, we are at 1.2 million committed, 1,218,000 to be specific, as of last week. So that leaves 15% remaining. Municipal judge position closes on the 19th. So that deadline for applications is coming right up. And again, just a quick reminder about Shop Where I Live. That is available for residents to do their holiday shopping. And that would be from local small businesses. And that includes gift card purchases from restaurants. And again, the website for that is Commerce City, all mashed together, commercecity.shopwhereilive, all mashed together as well, .com. And then in terms of human resources, open enrollment was through the 14th. So hopefully all of you got your information in. Parks Recreation, pardon me, Parks Recreation Golf, Buffalo Turkey Trot is on the 20th. And then Cereal with Santa is on December 11th at Bison Ridge. And then I would like to have the police chief report on a number of items regarding the police department. So Mr. Nichols, if you're available.
I am, sir. Thank you. I want to provide a brief update on some of the happenings that are taking place within public safety within Commerce City. The first one is related to our current staffing levels. As most of you on council are aware, we have authorized sworn 108 positions. We are currently down 24. Which means we have 84 sworn officers working. Unfortunately, I received 2 resignation letters today. So that will bring us down to 82. We have 10 cadets that are currently in the police academy. They're scheduled to graduate December of this year. We started that academy with 12. We had 2 that were unable to complete all of the training, so they have separated from the organization. After that, they will start a 6-week in-house academy, and then field training will begin. As a side note, as I've advised council in the past, when we have that many people in field training, there is going to be a delay in service as they're getting up to speed. A full-time police officer is working with them, so our availability for freed up officers goes to about a minimum. And so we anticipate there will be some significant delays in our response. Currently, we have 3 people in field training. They are all expected to complete field training in December of 2021, and they will go into solo beat status. So they will assist us in our endeavors. And then we currently have 10 officers that are on some form of leave, whether it is FMLA, injury leave, or a variety of other ones that are unable to perform their duties. So that absolutely does have an impact on our service delivery level. As it relates to our professional staff, we are authorized 38. We are currently down 6. And again, today I received another resignation letter, so we will be down 7 as of November 27th, I believe. As it relates to our recruiting effort, our staff has done an outstanding job of identifying talented, diverse, quality candidates for police officers from this last recruiting cycle. We had 104 applicants. 45 of them were interviewed for selection by staff. 15 of those candidates were interviewed in the last 2 weeks by myself and a deputy chief, and we extended 14 job offers this morning. Again, I mentioned that they were diverse, 8 males, 4 female candidates. 2 of those were lateral candidates, 1 from Georgia and 1 from, I'm drawing a blank on the other jurisdiction, but they are coming to us with a ton of experience. In addition to that, at least 5 of them are current Commerce City residents, so we're excited about that. They will be starting the police academy in January of 2021, and they will graduate sometime in May or June of 2022. Something to note about the police academy, they have had several COVID outbreaks in the academy, so they ended up sending everyone home. So that extends the time period that they're actually in training. Those are unavoidable when we are gathering in public. Particularly in that environment. So we will see what the new year holds. We are also in the process of running a sergeant's promotional process. The first part of that process starts in 2 weeks. It is a written test that's followed up with an assessment center process by the middle of December. And then it will be finalized with a chief's interview to do a selection list. Our 2022 recruiting process, that calendar has already been completed, and it's awaiting my approval and review before we finalize it. And those are for all of the positions that were approved in next year's budget by council. Some good news, community crime mapping. I know this is something that's of great interest to council as well as our community. IT and PD staff have been working diligently on this program. We were able to identify a vendor, and it appears as though that program will be going live sometime the second week in December. As a side note, that solution will live on the PD website and allow visitors to the website to see any and all NIBRS related crime data for all of Commerce City, with some exceptions. No sex crimes are listed and no juvenile related offenses due to restrictions in the law and privacy acts. We have been evaluating that program. There were some bugs in it. We are working through those things. I believe we're going to do a final rollout with communications. Again, as I mentioned, tentatively it's scheduled for the second week of December, and that will go live. As it relates to some of our criminal trends, I know this week was a very busy one for us. Traffic fatalities, we've had 9 this year, along with 13 significant bodily injury crashes. And those means that someone lost significant bodily injury. We've reviewed all of the data regarding those accidents. Traffic staff came in today and took a look at that. They have determined that there is no common location as it relates to some of our common causation factors. Careless and reckless driving account for 8 of our significant bodily injury accidents and at least 5 of our fatalities. So as an organization, we are in fact starting to target careless and reckless driving. One of the things that I would make council aware of is, on average, we get about 50-something vehicles that flee from us every month. That is a pretty significant number, so it makes it extremely difficult to target those violations. I would also make note that statewide fatalities and significant bodily injury crashes are up significantly from last year in all jurisdictions. As it relates to homicides, 2021 homicides year to date, we've had 4. One of those was a double homicide, and that victim succumbed to his injuries a few days later. 2 are closed by arrest. The double homicide that occurred on October 29th is active in an open investigation, so I'm not at liberty to discuss what's going on with that. And finally, our evidence vault, extremely proud of the folks that work in the evidence vault. They conducted an audit of their inventory, which is an extreme undertaking, and they achieved a 99.79% on their audit. What that means is they were able to find everything with the exception of an envelope that was stuck to another envelope. So to have 100% accountability for all of our stuff in our evidence vault is truly a remarkable hallmark for our folks. And on that note, if there are questions, I can certainly take those now. And if not, Mr. Tinklenberg, it's yours.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you so much for the information, Chief Nichols. And given that we're shorthanded right now, it's really important to have everyone, you know, on the front lines, if you will, so that we can address crime in Commerce City and the safety of our residents. So it seems like a very crucial time for all hands on deck. Thank you.
Agreed, ma'am. Thank you.
Any
Mr.
other
Tinklenberg?
questions for Mr. Nichols? Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate your time this evening and the comprehensive report you gave, as well as to you, Mr. Tinklenberg. Did you have anything further?
Yes, thank you, Chief. Turning to Public Works, pavement management is basically complete. The flat work is completed. The only thing remaining on the Jasmine reconstruction is the cross pan construction, and that is being poured today and tomorrow. They'll do a half at a time so people have access. Vandalism, we were hit hard last week. Pioneer Park and Stampede Park were both hit with a lot of damage. Snow removal, the mayor asked me about this earlier. We have 16 trucks. We have 19 operators. Of that 19, there's 1 vacancy and 1 person on short-term disability that's ending early December, about first week of December. And then facility assessment projects, I had reported on that previously. All of those items will be completed by the end of the month, with the exception of replacing the fire sprinkler system out at Buffalo Run. And the design team has visited the site, and right now they're looking at completion by the 20th of December. And then in terms of the Urban Renewal Authority, the hotel developer, earlier the letter of intent was executed. The purchase and sale agreement is still in the hands of Pure Strike. They have redlined the purchase and sale agreement, and we're expecting that back from them shortly. And then turning to the agenda review, Mr. Gibson or Mr. Roberts, if you would bring that up. Thank you. So, oops, where are you? November 22, we would have the first council orientation session, and followed by an Urban Renewal Authority meeting. But the last I heard, that may be delayed, just given the amount of negotiation that occurred on it, so it may not be ready. And then, so we'll let you know if that does not need to happen on the 22nd. And then following that, we have the study session, and we have the third quarter work plan update, as well as an update on Adams Tower, and review of planned unit development standards and mixed use requirements, and also a South Platte crossing funding request. So this is a situation where, again, they're trying to build income qualified housing. And so this would be a good opportunity for whatever criteria you want to put in place for that. And then on November 29, we have orientation session number 2, followed by a joint meeting with Adams 14 School District. And then also organizational meeting for the new city council. But again, depending on the election certification, but at this point, we're not expecting upset with that or disruption, but again, not official until it's official. November 30, we have a joint meeting with 27J School Board. And then on December 6, orientation session number 3, followed by Urban Renewal Authority meeting. And then, and hopefully that's when we can actually dig into the engagement of Regen as the property owner on the Mahi Greyhound Park project. And that would be followed by city council meeting. And again, that has the environmental planning, oil and gas monthly update, comprehensive plan update, as well as number of ordinances on consent. Followed by resolution, also on consent would be a resolution regarding the Buffalo Run irrigation system that was budgeted, but the bids came in significantly higher, and so need to bring that to you. And then we have resolution 2001-105, which would be approving economic development support for Project Bronco. And also a resolution basically granting authority to appoint a city employee to the North Metro Youth Diversion Program. And then we'll also have first reading on an ordinance, which would be reappropriating money from 2021 to the 2022 budget. And that's for contracts where the materials, the items that were ordered could not be delivered in 2021. One of the accounting rules is that if an item cannot be delivered and paid for in the current year, then it has to be carried into the following year. And so we have some contracts that are in jeopardy of being canceled. And given the length of time due to the supply chain issues, we don't want to risk cancellation of those contracts for items that were ordered this year. So that's the reason for doing an early reappropriation ordinance, basically. And then following council meeting, we would have a CAGID meeting, which would be for including certain lands within the CAGID, and also a legislative subcommittee following that meeting. And then December 13, again, studies or orientation session number 4, followed by a study session, which is the council appointment process review, 22-23 redistricting plan, 120th Avenue widening intergovernmental agreement terms, comprehensive plan current conditions report, and drainage impact fee and road impact fee presentation. And then December 20, we're assuming that council will be willing to meet. That's the week of Christmas. So this would be orientation session number 5, followed by Urban Renewal Authority meeting, which would be basically providing the purpose of the Urban Renewal Authority and doing an overview of the projects, followed by council meeting, where there's a presentation regarding the private activity bonds allocation. And on consent is the 2022 reappropriation ordinance. That one is being fast tracked to get it done in 2021 so that we don't have a lapse in those contracts. Followed by a public hearing regarding the CAPER, which is the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report for the Community Development Block Grant Program. We have an ordinance on first reading, which would be the 120th Avenue widening intergovernmental agreement, and also admin business, a list of the 2022 proclamations. And does that conclude us? We have a question about the 27th. Do you want to cancel that meeting due to being in the middle of the holidays, or are you wanting to meet?
Councilmember Noble.
That meeting should be canceled for the staff and the residents, really. That would be the best way to do it. I have a question for you, though, a couple of questions for you, Mr. Tinkleberg. First of all, you issue a weekly city manager update. And this agenda plan is always with that weekly update, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So any council member who reads your weekly update can also read this information.
Yes, the only difference would be updates to the schedule that occur on a Monday morning. So that's really the only difference. There might be slight changes due to that, but otherwise, yes, you are correct.
Okay, and then my second question is, what has happened to Metro District Reform? Where'd that go? That's not on the agenda through the end of the year, and we talked about this. We had at least 2 study sessions on it, and we listed what we wanted included in August. And I'm curious why we don't see it.
I was just looking to see, no, we don't have it in a parking lot.
Roger, I believe I can, a brief answer. I don't know the plan to schedule it. We had the presentation at the end of September on the draft regulations, and from that, the model service plan was drafted, and I believe the plan is to put that out in the public as we presented in September. I don't know what the plan from, I don't believe he's on for you, Roger, to know. I don't know what the plan is to actually get that out in public to get additional comment, which was the plan before bringing that back to council.
I think that we had other changes to make to it too. I don't think that the whatever we saw at the end of September was the final version for the city
Correct.
council by any stretch.
Correct, council member. You had indicated at the time that you wanted to go through line by line, and I believe the remainder of council didn't have any other changes that they wanted to address, but there were going to be comments from the public and stakeholders that would necessitate additional refinement as well as from additional legal review of those concepts. So, of course.
Yes, line by line, just as we did with the oil and gas, that is. Just as we did with the oil and gas regulations, which wasn't theoretically line by line, but major concept by major concept. Thank you.
Question, Mr. Sheasley. Is that an item that is on the interim city attorney's plate, or is that someone else that's doing that?
The current item is going to be in your office for getting the public input and managing that. And then it will be brought back to council in coordination with the interim or whoever he may engage outside to assist with that, and the members of your staff that are handling that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I just wanted to agree with Councilmember Noble about canceling the December 27th meeting.
Does anybody wish to meet on December 27th? Seeing none, we'll cancel December 27th. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Tinklenberg regarding his report? Councilmember Noble?
I'm sorry to be bringing this up again, but is there a particular reason that we're having orientations for the new city council before they're sworn in? I think that's expecting a lot from them. And secondly, that the orientations are on the same night as city council meetings, which often are quite long, while study session nights are far shorter. And then very quickly, we're going to start having legislative meetings before every city council meeting. So I hate to bring this up now, but it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me that we're asking new city council members to begin their orientation before they're actually city council members. Have you asked them if they want to do that, if they're available to do that?
No, ma'am, I haven't had a conversation directly with them. I just sent a message or left a voicemail. I've done one or the other with everyone, just letting them know that we anticipated the first orientation session to occur on the 22nd. I do plan on following up with a conversation with them, so we can find out if that's acceptable to them or not.
Yeah, and the other thing is that you're asking for an orientation the night of the swearing in as well, on the 29th?
Yes, ma'am.
So they'll be there with their families, they'll be arriving with their families, and you want them to take an hour out of their time to do an orientation. I think that we should cancel the one for the 29th and postpone it to another day.
We can play with that schedule. Yes, ma'am. Previously, we didn't know what night the swearing in was actually going to occur, and so that's, at this point, it's settling in on the 29th, so we'll adjust accordingly. Thank you.
Mr. Sheasley?
Thank you, Mayor. Could I ask that you have a motion approved canceling the December 27th meeting to actually enable the cancellation?
Sure, we'll get to that in a moment. Okay. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Tinklenberg regarding his report? Seeing none, thank you very much for your report, sir, and all the information, as well as for having Chief Nichols come and brief us as well on the happenings of the police department. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to formally cancel the December 27th City Council meeting. Councilmember Noble?
I move to cancel the December 27th City Council meeting.
First.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to cancel December 27th meeting. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor, please signify by raising your physical hands in the chat window so your vote can be counted. That is going to pass unanimously 9-0. Mr. Sheasley, would you like to give your final report, sir?
Yes, and I'm just going to take a liberty to say something very briefly, if I may. I just wanted to say that serving Commerce City for the last 5 years has been the highlight of my career as the city attorney, and then a few years before that. And it's been one of the privileges of my life to have been entrusted with that role. I want to make it clear, I never wanted to leave Commerce City for another city, but this opportunity to serve through the Colorado Municipal League came up, and it was one that I couldn't pass up. I wanted to give special recognition to the city attorney staff that I've recruited and that inherited me. Jackie Banks is our paralegal who's served here for decades. Adam Gollin as well as our prosecutor. And then the municipal operations attorneys staff, Matt Hayter and Sarah Geiger and Brian Swan, are all doing outstanding work that's top notch in the state. And so I'm so grateful for them supporting everything that I've done and everything that you've done over the past several years. And I really need to thank my wife, Allison, for her support and patience. She learns just like everybody else what the estimated times are on meetings. So I'm grateful for that. So I'm leaving here with fond memories and gratitude to the city council, both past and present, to the outstanding members of my staff, to all of the city staff, and everybody that makes up such a special and diverse community. So I'm very grateful to have had this, and thank you for your trust in me. That's all. I'm muted. Nothing else to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheasley. Does anybody have any comments? Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, this is one of those, hate to see you leave, but at the same time, we're proud of all that you've accomplished and helped us accomplish in the city. And I just remember the first time we met when I was elected 4 years ago, and you asked me if I knew what the city attorney did, and I had no clue. I thought I did, and when you told me about everything that the city attorney's office is involved in, it's basically that everything that's going on in the city. It's not just ordinances or things that we see for contracts, and so we wouldn't have been able to accomplish the things that we've accomplished during my time here without you and your office and everything that you've done. And you've built a great team in your office, and I think you're leaving us in good hands. They got gigantic shoes to fill, but I'm confident that your team is up to the task, and I appreciate you for doing that, and creating a seamless transition and helping us through this process. And really excited to see what you're going to do in your future, and I hope I get to see you in the CML meetings going forward.
Councilmember Grimes.
Yeah, I also just wanted to take a minute to thank you, Robert, for your service to the city. It's been a pleasure to work with you and alongside you for the last 2 years. And you will be missed, and you're leaving massive shoes to fill. But best of luck in your future endeavors, and I'm really happy for you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I'd love to echo a lot of the same. I really appreciate your professionalism and your ability to simplify things and keep your calm, and really push us, keep our focus in the direction that we need to go. I think you have a lot left to give. I think CML is a great place to kind of spread your knowledge and your expertise kind of around the whole state. And so I think we'll still be referencing your work and using your work in our future. And I appreciate all that you've done for Commerce City, and just your ability to balance kind of our goals and kind of all of the other outside stuff that comes into this role. And I thought you've done a great job. Again, we're going to miss you, and I appreciate all that you've done for us.
Councilmember Smith.
Mr. Sheasley, you're just going to be missed a whole lot, and I'm really happy for you. But I'm also very, very sad that you're leaving. But best of luck in your next adventure.
Councilmember Noble.
Congratulations on your new opportunity. And thank you so much for your service. Very much appreciated here in Commerce City.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
I'll just say ditto and blessings to you and your family, and thanks for everything you've done for us. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Councilmember Wadiola.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Robert, echo a lot of it. But thank you for doing a lot for Commerce City. And you know, it's bittersweet. I think you're gonna do great things in CML, and but we really appreciate everything you've done for the last 4 years that I've been here, with the policy committee and just overall really investing in our community and our city, to make it a better community. So thanks, man.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Robert, thank you again for all your service. I've already told you this over the phone, but you know, just appreciate everything you've done. And I'm actually super excited for you to have this opportunity with CML. I think you're gonna rock it. I don't think that there is a better person that they could have brought on to fill that role. Definitely big shoes to fill here, but I'm super happy for you, super excited. So, you know, I hope you I know you'll go do amazing things there. So thank you again for all your service.
Mr. Sheasley, thank you for everything that you provided for Commerce City in your tenure, both as a deputy city attorney and the city attorney over the last numerous years. Thank you personally for all the advice that you've given, not just to myself, but all 9 of us and those that came before us. I do think that we are lucky that we will continue to benefit from your wisdom and your new position. And that is the only thing that makes your departure in this manner palatable. The fact that we will continue to benefit in that manner. Thank you for everything. Godspeed and God bless everything you do in the future. Any council members wish to make a report? Seeing none, have a brief one to make. Tuesday night represented Commerce City at the Rapids Awards Gala that they had. Councilmember Noble.
I don't want to interrupt you.
No.
All right.
Had the opportunity to represent the city at the Rapids Awards Gala that they had. Was a great event, and congratulations again to the Rapids for being first place in the Western Conference. They'll be hosting a playoff game on Thanksgiving Day. Pretty awesome that a major sports team is going to have a playoff game here in Commerce City like that, and wish them good tidings with that. Received a call last week from a developer who said he is interested in doing some development along Colorado Boulevard and 72nd Avenue. He's requested to meet with me. My first initial answer of I didn't know if I could meet. There's no pending land use development case currently out there. I have a meeting tentatively scheduled for Wednesday. I do not know if that meeting will stick or not. I am disappointed though that individual did mention he has already met with a member of the city council, and that member of the city council has not mentioned that meeting that took place between him and that developer. And it is a council policy that says that all council members will report back to all members of the city council when they have meetings with developers of that nature. So if you are out meeting with developers, it is a council policy that you meet with, or that you, when you meet with them, that you report back to the city council, you've had that meeting. And that is all for my report. Councilmember Noel, you got a comment you wish to make?
Yes, I just wanted to make a brief report. I participated in the Environment, Energy, and Natural Resources Committee of the National League of Cities today as a board member. Tomorrow, their resolution will be presented. There are several items on the resolution that, of course, cover the full gamut of environment, energy, and natural resources. And then it will all be voted on Friday. And I will be participating in the National League of Cities conference, however, via Zoom again this year.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, we will now adjourn to the NIGID meeting. Mr. Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Chair Huseman.
Present.
Vice Chair Frank.
Present.
Board Member Madera.
Present.
Board Member Alan Thomas.
Present.
Board Member Noble.
Present.
Board Member Wardiola.
Present.
Board Member Hurst.
Present.
Board Member Grimes.
Present.
Board Member Smith.
Present.
Chair Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. we have one item of business here, which is a public hearing for NIGID Resolution 180-21 Can-Am inclusion. Due to the withdrawal of the related annexation and zoning cases, continuance of this hearing is recommended. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to continue the hearing without a date pending the refiling of the related annexation and zoning cases. Board Member Grimes,
So moved.
Board Member Hurst.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second to continue the hearing without a date pending the refiling of the related annexation and zoning cases. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Please raise your physical hands in the chat window if you're in favor. It's going to pass unanimously 9-0. We will now adjourn to the ECA-GID meeting. Call the meeting to order and ask Secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman,
Present.
Vice Chair Frank,
Present.
Board Member Madera,
Present.
Board Member Alan Thomas,
Present.
Board Member Noble,
Yes.
Board Member
Present.
Guardiola,
Present.
Board Member Hurst,
Present.
Board Member Grimes,
Present.
Board Member Smith,
Present.
Chair Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. We have a public hearing on the agenda, ordinance ECA-GID-016-21 for including portions of certain lands generally known as Reunion Commercial Center. I'd like to open the public hearing and invite Jamie Rice, City Planner, to give the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Thank you all for seeing this presentation. Can everybody see my screen? Okay, I'm going to start the presentation. Everyone can see that okay?
Yes, we can, Jamie.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. This request is for the inclusion of Shea Homes as the applicant. The property is located on the southeast corner of East 104th and Tower Road. And the request is to be included into the E-470 commercial area general inclusion district. This is the subject property. The existing zoning is PUD, the approximately 29.98 acres. Is currently undeveloped and is proposed to have future commercial development. That's why it's being included into the E-470 commercial area. And our recommendation, staff recommends that the ECA-GID board move to approve the ordinance allowing for the inclusion into the Commerce City E-470 commercial area general improvement district. The applicant has met all of the requirements for this inclusion. It's a really short presentation, but I'm here to answer any questions that the council or board may have.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anyone on the board have any questions for staff? Board Member Noble.
Are you saying that Shea Homes is going to be doing commercial?
As a part of, they are the applicant. And this is a part of the Reunion Commercial Center. So they will be proposing future commercial development here.
They will be proposing future commercial development.
Mm-hmm. It's designated as commercial on our future land use map as well as in the PUD.
Good to know. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from the board to staff? Seeing none, Mr. Secretary, has any member of the public registered to speak on this item or any written comments received by the deadline?
Chair Huseman, no members of the public registered to speak by the deadline and no written comments were received by the deadline.
Thank you. At this time, I will close the public hearing and I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by the board as seated and approve on first reading ordinance ECA-GID 016-21. Board Member Hurst.
So moved.
Board Member Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by the board as seated and approve on first reading ordinance ECA-GID 016-21. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, Mr. Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Madera,
Yes.
Board Member Alan Thomas,
Yes.
Board Member Noble,
Yes.
Board Member Guardiola,
Yes.
Board Member Hurst,
Yes.
Board Member Grimes,
Yes.
Board Member Smith,
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank,
Yes.
Chair Huseman,
Yes.
passes unanimously 9-0.
Very good. Thank you very much. That
Thank
concludes
you.
all our business for this week. Have a good week. Have a good night. See you next week.